remember your stickers. Come on, guys.
Somebody needs to be here.
Oh, here,
Stay out of your way.
okay, drivers, can I have your attention for just a second? Drivers? And
Come on,
everybody
Ryan.
else? Drivers? Hey, guys,
Oh,
when your warm-up starts, you get
Okay,
1
what I-
minute. If you need to change anything on your car, like tire, if a tire comes unglued and you need to change a tire, if you've blown a gear, you can change it once the 1 minute starts. If you change something if you change a tire, then we're gonna retech your car at the line, just for ride height, to make sure it's a legal tire. So if you don't change anything, there's no problems, it's not gonna hold up the program much, if any. But if you need to change anything, you can do it during the 1 minute warm-up. So we are ready to go, I think?
and if you are gonna do that, though, you have to inform the tech team in advance, so they can have the block and the feeler gauge. If you change your tires, they can have it right there. Cause
So I
it
think we're
does
ready to
take,
go.
it during your warm-up or during your heat. Also, I don't want people bothering Kathy. Everybody that bothers Kathy is not here yet. Kathy has to concentrate on track calls. So Sean, where's Sean here?
So I'm gonna be here by noon.
And if any car comes off, who's ever in lead-in, any car that comes off, do not lean over the track. Kathy's gonna have responsibility to hit that track call no matter what, even if it's a slight. It's a track call.
Don't yell at the park
No
marshals
leaning
either.
over the track to put a car on.
Drivers should not marshal their car under any circumstance.
Correct.
Kathy will pull a track call for that.
Yeah, because the minute I see you guys headed like this, my assumption is you're gonna grab that car. So
Bentley.
don't even make that
Don't lean over. I don't want people bothering Kathy at all. Don't talk to Kathy.
He
She
leans
might
over.
wanna talk to you, but don't let her
Every
talk
time
to
he
you.
goes.
Now, when I just said drivers do not marshal your cars, that's under agreement. If the track call is activated and the cars are stopped, then you can go ahead and put your car on the lane on the straightaway. But under race conditions, do not marshal your car. We'll give you a warning, and that's about it.
And no
And
yelling
when
at the car
we do
marshal.
start the race, we're gonna start down there. Marcus would have responsibility at the start of the race to stand right by the front, by the cars, in case somebody pops when they hit it. And then as soon as they take off, you back off. So that's gonna be the responsibility of each heat.
And no yelling at turn marshals.
And hurry up and put the cars back on. This is every foot's gonna count
Yeah,
for these
there's me.
people.
And Mike.
Yeah.
And Mike.
No yelling.
Everybody ready?
No,
Let's
no
do it.
yelling.
Thanks everybody for coming out.
And me. It's only
We are starting the 1 minute warm-up in heat number 1.
All right, here we go.
This is the warm-up, guys, so take care. If you're out there on YouTube, watching on the Motown Raceway YouTube channel, we are starting the race. This is the 1 minute warm-up for heat number 1.
Seconds.
Okay, 10 seconds left. I would think you
10
bring the cars
seconds.
and stop them in front of you. Bring the cars and stop them in front of you. Okay, Brad,
Clean your tires down, get it set.
clean your tires, and we're ready to go. Or do whatever you want to do. You can hand them across the bridge, and you can put them on the start line.
Oh,
Unless you want to go as far.
Farley, no, for cleaning it right now.
Yeah, you do.
Busy morning.
That's a long minute.
Okay, this is the start of the Motown NSR Classic Le Mans event. Sponsored by Professor Motor. If you're out there watching on YouTube, thanks for watching.
I have you just clean his tires. So that, John.
Drivers ready?
Someone's gotta stand.
Remember, who's ever there
I'll get there.
is supposed to be standing right there in case a car pops.
Mike, go up.
I'll get them in, Mike.
No, you won't.
I'll get there. Stand right on top of them. You gotta be
He's got
like.
good legs.
No way.
That's a good camera view right there on the start.
Oh yeah. Oh wait.
Late as usual.
Those are John's. Yeah. Oh, you doing John? Oh, no, John, never mind.
Are you John and Jerry?
No.
Here, wait.
Okay, drivers ready? Here we go.
We're never.
3, 2,
It won't do it.
1, power.
Slider.
Light picked up something. Something fell off.
Yeah, it's right here. It's a tailpipe. It's in red.
Okay.
Jerry comes out of the gate. Good play for us. Six on the green lane. Keep in mind, guys, you're racing against everybody in the field, so there's 4 laps to turn.
There it is. I thought it was on my right. I always seem to flip over.
Track call.
Clear.
Here we go.
Sorry,
3,
Kathy, I called.
2,
That's okay, that's
1,
okay.
go.
Jerry, John, and Jesse, 1, 2, 3.
Right.
Track call. 3, 2, 1, go. Attention, 1 minute left.
We have 4 cars going on each lap, so Jerry, John, and Dusty. Round the fast lap on Oregon, 6:40.
30 seconds.
Funny though.
Yeah, that felt real good.
10 seconds.
This one's not the way, Gary.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
Good. Good heat.
That's a good idea.
You gotta get it to work out.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you get up with the scoreboard, all 6 of you are track ready, as of right now.
Where you go, John?
I would have entered that one.
Running order, Jerry, John, and
If I
Bentley.
would have had it to stretch it very far, I could have entered this one. Could have.
John, you're at white.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Bring the tires down.
Jerry, where'd you go? Back there?
No,
it's, what's the name?
Blue, where was supposed to be?
Blue lane.
Busy guy today.
I don't know how I pulled picked 2 jobs.
Right?
Jerry, where'd you say blue?
Yeah.
Blue lane.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Yeah, again, it's taking.
You still wanna use that controller? For the other couple of reps of them? You won't even use it.
Any traffic this morning, Ted? It sure was. Cruise down to 75 and just cruise. That's what I do.
There's a nice clock.
Ryan,
That's not.
are you doing here?
No.
No? No?
30 seconds.
When you can use it. That looks almost like a shorter wheelbase than that one. More,
If you're not used to the software, you see, if you look at the scoreboard, you see the colors that are blinking, that's the lane you're going to.
I can rehook up the other one.
You're still on, Jerry's on green, that's what he's coming from. And the blinking is what you're going to, if you're not used to this, new software.
It's two different 4GTs, it's probably way different.
Yeah.
3,
That one just
2,
looks like the shorter
1,
wheelbase.
go.
That's a one, I think.
It's a nicer car.
Mark II has the hood
Track,
scoops.
track call.
Mark II has hood scoops, I think.
3, 2, 1, go.
I like the look of that one better than the Mark IV.
Jerry's on blue, go out front, and 4GT, going out Australia.
Oh, Michael's getting there. Here we go.
Really good. Ninja reflex.
Just by one, Jerry.
Track call.
Did he go over? Behind.
3, 2, 1, go.
Hey Jim, you gotta get closer to the mic.
Attention, 1 minute.
Don't show off. Over a minute to go.
Track call.
Major accidents.
Uh,
Orange goes behind.
no, just plus.
Too near death.
Because then they lose.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, hit it.
Somebody's on the money.
What the hell's the money sound?
Plus one lap.
20 minutes road.
He gets an extra
30
1 cent
seconds.
for that lap.
It's like I've gotten out of climbing up on roofs. Yeah, pay the gardeners to get up there and clear the roofs.
Track call.
Yeah, boy, I know he told us this from the beginning about it, right?
3,
Well, I do.
2,
There's so much
1,
electric
go.
alleys, a lot of trees.
15 seconds go. Jerry, John, and Henry.
10 seconds. End of stint. Please change lanes.
Yeah. I've already negotiated a price with the gardeners for this week.
Excuse me.
Well, I can't get the blue on the way home. If I knew that he didn't pay yet.
Sorry about the bump on the car.
He doesn't know the amount, so he was.
Ted, there's that tailpipe that somebody lost. Put it up there.
Attention. 1 minute, 30 seconds.
By, Ronnie up there. So if any one of your cars lost a tailpipe, it's gonna be up there, with Donnie.
Wow. That's John's
Oh,
tailpipe.
Ted, man, he's a
Because I painted it.
fully, except he's a go-kart. He went by me.
Which lane are we going to? Green.
He's in his Lexus, you know, SUV.
Yeah, so far, you're happy with that.
Probably halfway through it. Got into
Attention. 1 minute left.
the truck. I told you about it when he got totaled. That's why I bought a new truck.
This is the best way to get told.
Okay, running order is still Jerry in first. John is about a total lap back in second. And Bentley is right behind John in third.
Ran right, drove it into the house.
30 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
We've only dropped 16,000 frames. We just get 16,000 frames. It would cut, keep cutting. Like, it would stop and then keep going.
I just need to be refreshed.
3, 2,
I just
1,
turned the,
go.
so then it didn't use as much. Wi-Fi basically.
Track code.
It's a nice truck too.
Cat-like reflexes.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
3, 2, 1, go.
Wow.
Going there.
Yeah, I did, Richard. You got to it first.
Jerry just turned lap 58.
I was expecting to roll down.
Now 59, so he's got a lap on the field. So John running second, Bentley third, Dale fourth,
Back in?
Brian
Yeah.
fifth,
I didn't have to touch it, that's
and
why.
Marco sixth. We're almost halfway through this heat, and Dale is moving to third, pushing Bentley back to fourth. Bentley's on the orange lane.
Behind you.
Attention. 1 minute left.
Running order still Jerry, John, Bentley, and Dale.
Seconds.
Another one.
Track.
Track code.
They're all starting to pinball.
Yeah.
We got a car in the counter.
Wanna go back?
Go forward.
He got it. He got it.
Forward.
Richard, you okay?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Here we go. 3, 2,
All the cars.
1, go.
25 seconds.
Track code. 3, 2, 1, power. seconds. End of stint.
Hey,
Please
halfway
change
through the race,
lanes.
we got Jerry up front with 77 rounds, and second is John with 76 and a half. Third is Bentley with 74.8. So John and Jerry are fighting that in.
Ryder, did you cover me? Thank you.
We're ready to review that in now.
Yellow.
Like it.
And that other guy too.
Want a little break?
We can sit in that chair.
Attention, 1 minute 30 seconds.
John is here early.
Yeah, cause you went down first.
Prima donna Friday.
You were second.
No, I went there.
Oh. Thank you.
Rio Vista train just got here.
You got 1 minute left.
I went down to the west side.
Oh, so you went back up? You went back up? I thought you were second.
Because I passed Dale twice.
What?
Yeah.
I overlapped him twice.
No, well, I went to
Because he went to third, I went to fourth. He crashed, I overlapped him twice.
It's good now. It's all good.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Once all the drivers are back up.
Yeah, it's on and off. So, we're supposed to do, ready to ride up for the big day?
Okay, we're halfway through. Jerry, 77. John, 76.4. So half a lap between first and second. Jerry survived purple, so now going to yellow.
30 seconds.
Chewing up or any side or anything?
He's the nicest guy.
We've got a few people out there on YouTube watching live, so thanks those of you
Here we
out
go.
there watching live.
3,
This is the
2,
Professional Motors
1,
sponsored NSR
go.
Classics.
You're gonna keep you busy down the road, so. Yeah, he was on the throttle there.
If you're out there watching on YouTube, we've added cameras. We have 5 cameras around the track, so that it's automatically switching that report. You can also see the result. 9 monitors here at the track. Jerry, does this, before and found out who it is. I do? On orange.
Calm down a little bit, Ben. Let it coast into that corner. There you go.
Halfway through, though.
Track call.
Sorry, guys.
Here we go. 3, one, go. Attention, 1 minute left. Track code.
44 seconds.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Seconds. 10 seconds.
Jerry, John, and Ashley.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
Right there at the last hit. Hey, Jerry, that was
Yeah,
good.
that was pretty quick. I was like, oh,
One down, Jerry at 103 and a half.
It's right there.
John at 103.
It's going over.
So we're still about half lap between first and second. Jerry is going to orange, John is going to purple, so we may see that change a little bit. If you're in heat number 2, race number 2, this is heat 5 in this race, so you might want to think about getting ready.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
We'll release the cars to you when heat, in the last heat of the race is on, we'll release the cars to you.
You can have Bentley put it, I mean, not Bentley, but, Ryder put it on, if he wants to get out of there. Oh, he's not racing.
Fast lap of the race so far is Jerry at 637 on the blue lane.
Attention, 1 minute left.
If you're out there watching, this is heat 1 of 4. The top 8 total overall lap times of the combined 4 heats will move to the semi-main.
Come on, Jerry.
The top 2 qualifiers from yesterday are already in the semis, and then we'll have a last chance qualifier to get 2 more drivers in the semis. So everybody
30
gets
seconds.
3 chances to get into the semi-main and then advance to the A-main.
Take off light, Bentley.
just remember, Derek, he's a
Just want to be steady.
3, 2, 1, go. Track call. 3, 2, 1, go. Track call.
Behind the line.
3, 2, 1, power.
Okay, John has had a couple of laps on purple. Jerry now has a lap lead on the field. He's out there running a really smooth lap, laying down. He's on the orange right now.
Track call.
hooked up, Jerry.
3, 2, 1,
Jerry was new track record on the
Track
water,
call.
640. We're a little bit, we're about halfway into this heat, drivers.
3, 2, 1, go.
If you're in heat number 2, you should be your way up to the step table. You can get your cars after this heat is over.
Track call. 3, 2, 1, hit it. Track call. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power.
Smooth operator, I like it. It's natural. So casual, like it.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Jerry on lap 125, Josh going second on lap 122. Jeffrey running third.
30 seconds.
I don't believe in it. I want that kind of leader. It's snapping pretty well.
15 seconds.
What you call it? Oh, yeah.
10 seconds.
Oh, yeah. No, not at all. They need to set up for a while.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
The heat, moving drivers.
Yeah. Yeah, they take a couple hours to
Well, you
set
got
up.
the right gear on it, right?
Yeah.
If you're out there watching on YouTube and wondering why we picked this date for the race, it's the week between the football games. So we didn't want to have it on Super Bowl Sunday because those of us here in Northern California were hoping,
Oops, sorry.
and Mark Pollard and his family are from Detroit, and they were hoping, and none of us are happy. But that's why we picked this date.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
And if they'll
Bless you.
eat
Thank
lunch.
you. And as an FYI, because of the announcement with the Corvette race last week, there's a bunch of new Corvettes up there now. Anybody who buys a Corvette gets 10% off that car and all the parts they buy today.
Woo!
So-
Senior discount?
Your total bill, 10% off. You get a Corvette. I got white kits and painted kits.
Attention, 1 minute
10%
left.
off anything you buy.
You got white chassis? White chassis too? Hello?
If you're out there watching on YouTube, hopefully you're people that are from Northern California. We're gonna have another major race in May, and another major race which we announced, it's gonna be the NSR Professor Motor sponsored Corvette race. So it'd be any Corvette from NSR, C6, C7, C8.
30
Motors,
seconds.
got tires, so it'll be very similar to this race. And so lots of big things coming from Motown Raceway. The other race will be announced very shortly what that is, probably within a week or so. You'll be surprised.
Eurosport race? Or C race?
No, it's not gonna be a Eurosport race. It will not be
Wings
Corvette.
at 136.
NASCAR race on
5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds.
Second F1.
Eurosport race on rubber tires. Here we go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Zero clock. Zero. Zero go. Zero go.
Running all the shows, Jerry, John, Jeffrey, Dale, Farley, and Marco. This is the last heat driver, so you gotta give it a lap, run it down, see where you fall after all 4 heats are done.
Track call. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
The leader, Jerry, in the silver Ford, Mark 1 or 2, can go from here.
Track call.
Looks very smooth, laying down laps, but he's
Here we
all
go.
on the white.
3, 2, 1, power. Track call. 3, 2, 1, power.
The bump on the door.
Track call.
Top? Yeah. So they flip.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Track call.
Halfway through the heat, drivers.
3, 2, 1, go. Attention, 1 minute left. Seconds. Seconds. In the race.
Okay, drivers, leave the cars. Do not touch the cars. Leave the cars where they are. If you're not using the software, we will mark your seconds. So, white flag. We need somebody to mark seconds.
What white? 79.
Green. Green lane.
32.
Orange lane. Blue.
57.
Yellow.
41.
Purple.
29.
Okay, cars can go back to impound.
Directly impound. Picking them up.
I think we still have some raffles open if you want to go up to the front desk and check that out.
We've added a raffle for Corvette C8 up there, 9 spots, $10. I'm gonna draw the first number for the hypercar. I've got a random number generator. I'm gonna hit it a few times to show Jim it works. Okay, I'm gonna hit, this is the winning number. I didn't hit it.
I won.
Big John.
Oh,
Whoa.
Big John.
Number 8, Richard's confirming. We've got a ton of stuff to give away. What we've done is put everybody's names on a ticket in a bucket. All the NSR stuff, I'll fit them all in today. We'll say what we're drawing for, and we'll just pull them. There's like 15 things to give away.
Okay, heat number 2, you are up. Paul's on white, Mark is on green, Blake is on orange, OD is on blue, Marcus is on yellow, and Donnie is on purple. If you just raced, all of you guys in that first heat, you are court marshals, and we need you now, please. Quarter marshal, please. Jerry, Dale, Farley, Bentley, John, not John, and Marcus. We will need a volunteer. Okay, drivers, we mentioned this before, but I'll mention it once again. Once your 1 minute warm-up starts, if you need to change something, if you've got a bad tire, if you've got something bad, let us know, and we will, at our discretion, let you change it and retech the car.
Oh, then that was good.
I still feel bad for hitting you.
All Mark's way.
Sorry, everyone's got
Okay, we're getting ready to start the warm-up of heat number 2 of 4. These are all full heats, so we have 24 people in the 4 heats. 8 of them will advance, so it's the fastest overall 8 times out of any of the 4 heats. Theoretically, they get progressively faster because these heats are based on the qualifying teams.
I could Marshall here.
You guys ready for your warm-up?
Also gonna pit for Paul.
Donnie?
So I Marshall though.
We need one warm-up? You ready?
We need turn marshal. Got it. I'm coming.
Jerry's coming, Jerry's coming.
Bentley's gotta get in the hole.
Race winner, Jerry Campos.
In the hole, in the hole, in the hole.
Alright, you guys ready for your warm-up?
Jerry, you have 156.79, so that's the number everybody's shooting for to beat you.
And you will get your heat award when you're all done.
If you're out there on YouTube, as I said, this is heat number 2, and be ready to get faster, because these are faster qualifiers.
Track code. 3, 2, 1, go. Seconds.
30 seconds. When you're ready, bring them and line them up in front of you, on the front straightaway, right in front of you. So I would think about that now. There's 10 seconds left, so bring them around and stop them in
10
front of your driver
seconds.
now.
Some of them like to put them on the windshield or the very top, or on the nose, so pick, yeah.
Okay, go ahead and clean your cars. You can hand them over, you can walk them over however you want, put them on the start line, and we'll be ready to go.
That's your best time so far?
There should be no fluids in your pit box. I see fluids in people's pit box. It's not supposed to be there.
Or up front by on the hood. That way when they grab it, I just had it first 3 inches.
Remember, nobody bother Kathy when
Mark,
race is in session.
Mark.
Jerry, try to adjust.
No fluid.
Thank you. You know, I wasn't late today. Don't think they get great on reaction. On reaction? Yeah, never. On reaction. Coming in, he's 2-3 hours late. Just hear what's out there with a two car. Chase you down.
Oh, faster than me, though.
Take a picture of it. Kid, be nice to your Marshall. Or at least try.
Okay, just a reminder, but we've said it about 50 times, no fluids other than alcohol. Everybody, drivers ready?
Do we have all P68s or?
Somebody on the start line, just in case somebody didn't have a slot.
Two different, 17 and
Start at heat number 2 in the Professor Motors sponsored NSR Classics at Motown Raceway. Motown being Modesto, California, not Detroit. Somebody asked me that. I thought I was in Detroit.
I was really close. I wouldn't want to be in Detroit.
You ready, guys? Alright, here we go.
3,
Billy Leader, followed by Marcus and Michael Dees.
You gotta be happy. I was still sleeping.
Right there really off, he's coming back to the field, he was running that car on the orange lane, he was turning second to Concord.
Right.
Marcus out front, followed by Marcus, followed by Blake. Green lane, Mark Hogan, traffic driver's left, 6.31.
Attention, 1 minute left. Track code. Three, two, one, go.
40 seconds.
Daniel.
30 seconds.
Running over to Marcus and Blake. Down
10
top is
seconds.
Marcus, 50 dealer on yellow, 7 seconds to go.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
I mentioned before, you're not used to this software, the blinking column, calling it blinking, that's the lane you're going to.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Good luck, man. Beat me up.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Thank you. Blends in with the livery.
What's that?
That white sticker blends in with the livery.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
That's all I need to know.
Three would be top 5.
I'm not getting there.
I'm 28.
Okay, perfect.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power. Attention,
Marcus is
1 minute
in the
left.
lead. Now it's Marcus, Blake, and Mark.
Right.
Seconds.
Do you see Marcus's push? He's faster. He's faster than both of them.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. End of stint. Please change lanes.
2 heats in, we've got Marcus at 53 and a half. Donnie has moved into second at 52, so Marcus has a little bit of a rough lead.
Morris, how you doing? You good? Where's he going to?
Going to.
Marcus is in third, Blake is in fourth, Paul is in fifth, and Woody is in sixth.
Attention, 1 minute 30 seconds.
Remember the kink over there and the kink down here? Upset your car a little bit.
Staying alive, staying alive.
Mike.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
So you don't short out.
I know what you're thinking.
Job, Jerry.
Remember, kink there? Nice and smooth.
All right, halfway through the race. Heat 3.
Round 3.
White.
Here we go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Marcus out front in the white lane, but he did the white lane, which is typically the slowest lane on the track. Donnie moved into second. He's on orange, so he should go up the time. We'll see.
Track call.
Thanks, Sean.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Go stick to your porch. Everyone stick to your porches. Are you gonna stick to the porch?
Car's still driving fast.
is in third. John Black is on blue, Paul is in fifth.
Attention, 1 minute left. Seconds.
What are you on now? Johnny, Marcus, and Blake. With 15 seconds to go in the heat.
10 seconds. End of stint.
And move 'em.
Please change lanes.
Right now, we got Donnie at 79 and 3/4 laps. Marcus at 78 and 3/4 laps. So that's about a lap difference between first and second.
Bentley.
Third is Mark at 77 and 3/4 laps.
Attention, 1 minute 30 seconds.
We are halfway through this heat. If you're in heat number 3, you might want to start thinking about coming on up.
Attention, 1 minute left. Seconds.
Where are you, Donnie? Alright. I need to go around and get you.
About to go around you
Right
again.
now is Mark and Blake. They are only a couple feet apart. They are 2 laps down to the leader. Second place is 1 lap down to the leader. And here we go, drivers. Halfway through this heat.
3, 2, 1, hit it. Track call. Three, 2, 1, hit it.
Picking up a little bit. Jerry, he's only got 1 track record.
Track call.
Not in purple zone.
Yeah, I'm right behind.
3, 2, 1, go.
into the lead just a little bit. Marcus Lake still winning third and fourth. Got a little over a minute to go.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Rider blue, rider.
Track call.
Right in front of you. There you go.
3, 2,
Marcus making a
1,
charge on the yellow
power.
lane. Just at the overall foul lap of the race, 6.17. He is running third. I'm still out front.
You need a Marcus.
30 seconds. Seconds. End of stint. Please change lanes.
Thanks everybody for watching up there on YouTube. This is the NSR Classics Cup race at Motown Raceway, sponsored by Compressor Motor. Compressor Motor will supply a ton of giveaway prizes for this one.
Attention, 1 minute 30 seconds.
I haven't seen it yet. But it's
Attention, 1 minute left.
At 40 seconds to go, and Donnie out front at 106. Marcus in second at 105.3. So that's 2/3 of the lap between first and second.
30 seconds.
Fourth at 104. Marcus in fourth with 104 even. We've got right at 2 laps separating the top 4 cars. We're going, Donnie's going to green. Marcus is going to blue, so they're both in pretty good lanes, so we'll see how it shakes out with 3 seconds to go. Ready, drivers?
3, 2, 1, go. Track call.
Heat number 3, you can pick up your cars after this heat is over. Sean, Richard, Herman, Derek, Ted, and
3,
Mike.
2, 1, hit it.
almost halfway through this race. We've got Donnie still out in front. Second is Blake now. Third is Marcus.
Track call.
Halfway through the season.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Donnie was 6-2 around the green. Things are shuffling every minute. Paul now is losing the second. Running 6-2 on the yellow line. 1 minute to go in this heat.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Attention, 1 minute left. Track call. Three, 2, 1, power. Track call.
40 seconds to go.
Three, 2, 1, power. Seconds. End of stint. Please change lanes.
One more heat to go. We've got Donnie out front with almost 133. Second is Paul at 131 and a half. Third is Mark at 131. Drivers in the next heat, you can take your cars now. Here's the deal. You can visually inspect your car when you take it, but you cannot change anything until your warm-up starts.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
He wants to change tires. If you think you need to change something, you need to let us know. You can't change it until your warm-up starts. If we need to retest it, we will. If it's a tire, we'll definitely retest it.
Can't take your tires to your box. Can't take your cars. Can't take your cars to your box.
Finding Nemo song stuck in my head. So just keep swimming, just keep driving.
Attention, 1 minute left.
So right now, when you pick up your car, it should stay with you in impact. You can visually pick it up and look at it, but you shouldn't take it back to your car. 40 seconds, drivers.
So I turned the brake hold down. Okay.
Appreciate everybody's patience. We're learning
30
as we go
seconds.
through how to make this equitable for everybody. Nobody gets an advantage over anybody else.
Well, it happened 42 years ago.
15 seconds.
So you know, I don't think so. Thanks.
I need somebody here.
Who's in purple?
Please, thank you.
Marcus, but he pulled. Oh.
Marcus is out. So purple is.
3, 2, 1, go.
Johnny's gonna go almost wide away. You have a 1.5 lead over Paul, followed by Mike and Mark.
Track call. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power.
Let's go there.
Attention, 1 minute left. Seconds. Ten seconds. End of race.
That's the race. Leave the cars on the track, please. Okay, leave the cars on the track. We need a count for the white lane. White lane.
12,
Green.
13,
Orange.
80.
Blue.
27.
Yellow. Yellow.
71? No, 70.
Please hold while we move the microphone.
Okay, cars go back.
I'm already down a headlight. Yeah, I got it.
New bike? Oh no, that's the camera. Okay, I need a race director. I don't know. The computer.
Braden's coming.
Yeah, if you want to do this for a while. Okay, again, you ready for your 1 minute? Once the 1 minute clock starts, you can make a change. If you want to change it. Herman has announced to me he's changing tires.
All right.
Give me
All
a
right.
minute.
So, what?
We're gonna draw a couple things.
We're going to do a commercial break here real quick.
Yeah, commercial break, Herman.
Commercial break.
We're going to give away another prize.
We're going to draw, courtesy of Professor Motor, this Mercedes AMG. Everybody's tickets are in there, and the winner of this is Marcus. Marcus.
Marcus wins a prize from NSR, an AMG
And
Mercedes.
his ticket goes back in. Everybody's got a chance to win more than once, right? All right, unless I draw Marcus again, right?
Another prize
Hey,
from
this
Professor
is
Motor.
Professor Motor, little screwdriver set. Got a couple of these, and the winner is Marcus. No, Jerry.
Jerry Campos, winner of the first heat. Thanks, Professor Motor. Sorry, Mercedes, you guys lost last night to 2 BMWs.
I'm next. All right. Where's White? Oh, Mike's not here. All right. So in.
6 spots left open
You all
on the
ready?
Corvette raffle.
Yeah. All right. So
We have the tech tools?
there's one over there. 3, 2, 1, go.
Marshall from the last race.
Ray, we need Marshall.
Oh. Who just raced? Whoever. Whoever just raced is turn marshaling. So.
Hendricks, Don, Blake, and Marcus.
Yeah. Mark, Michael, Donald, Paul, Donnie, Blake, and Marcus are all turn marshaling this. What? Then you're turn marshaling for him. Okay. Okay. Then we're good. I have one on my block.
All right, guys, that's your warm-up. We just made some microphone changes here. So we're coming to you live from Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. This is the NSR Classic Cup, sponsored by Professor Motor. Big thanks to Professor Motor for sponsoring this event. Lots of prizes, which you just saw. This is heat 3 out of 4. We are currently in qualifying.
If he runs 5-5, we're changing the rules. We're not going to let him. You're changing my tech.
Oh, that's what I was thinking. Oh, like, wait a minute, what happened? He already fought. Not yet, Richard. Did you watch how we did that? I saw it. Hopefully he just didn't sleep.
Mario had his trunk broken into last night. No, in his house. So he's dealing with insurance today. He was in the first heat.
All right. Are we good to go?
He just woke up. He just woke up. Oh, there's Todd.
So we're not waiting.
No.
Okay. All right, drivers. This is heat 3 out of 4. Remember, you're racing the time, racing the clock. Let's get ready to rumble.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, it's Ted Hesse in the lead, followed by Derek Stevens. Oh, big incident. That's going to be Derek. Drop him down to 5th. All right, with 30 seconds down, Herman's taking the lead, followed by Ted Hesse on green. And then Richard in yellow.
Track cool. 3, 2, 1, power.
Fast lap is Herman. 5.983 on blue. Herman and Ted going back and forth. All right, approaching 2 minutes. All right, your leader coming down the straightaway right now in the yellow Porsche 917. Second place in yellow lane, following him with the yellow Ford GT40. Then Sean now in third place on purple lane in the red P68. And Ted and Sean battling it out on the same lap. All right, 2 minutes down, almost 1 minute to go. Your leader's Herman James on the blue lane. Down the backstretch, down the main straightaway in that yellow Lego-colored Porsche 917. Herman did make a last-second tire change. Looks like it's working well for him. Again, this is the NSR Classics Cup, sponsored by Professor Motor at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. All right, drivers, change them. Herman's going to be your leader early on with 29.11, followed by Ted Essie. Ted making a nice comeback on green, 28.3. Third place is Richard, 27.9. Fourth, Sean, 26.9. Fifth, Derek, 26.6, just a few feet behind Sean. And then Mike Pomato, a no-show this morning. He may show up for the last chance qualifier.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
You're watching it live. Why do you need it on there too?
This is qualifier 3 out of 4. Going into heat 2 of the NSR Classic Cup, sponsored by Professor Motor. Shout out to all the slot car racers who couldn't make it today. All the guys in SoCal at Electric Dreams. Hope you're having a great day. All our East Coast friends watching. Hopefully you can make it sometime. All right, 45 seconds. It's going to be Derek going to white, Mike to green, Richard to orange, Ted to blue, Sean is in yellow. Your leader, Herman James, going to purple. Herman making a last second position change. All right, 10 seconds. All right, drivers, power is coming on.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
And Mike Pomato just walked in the door. He says he's going to sit this one out. Let these guys slug it out. Oh, big accident in the sweeper. Now it's going to be Derek. It's going to drop him down maybe a spot. All right, Herman and Ted tied. Same lap, 33. 32 now for Ted. About a lap and a half behind. Richard 1 lap back from Ted. right, your leader is Herman James on purple. Coming by for 39 right now.
Track call.
Quick track call. Car under the bridge. Caltrans at work.
How long did it take Herman to change his tires?
We can wait, Paul.
Someone help him out.
All right, power's coming back on.
He's down, he can't get up.
Fastest car on the track right now is Herman, 5.957 on purple. Just hit 40 laps. Ted Essie 1 lap behind with 39. Richard now 39. So Richard's just a lap back from Ted. Sean 1 lap or 2 laps back from Richard, and Derek 1 lap back from Sean. All right, your leader is that yellow Porsche 917 coming down the straightaway right now on purple. Passing Ted for another lap. Ted looks like his car is a little unpredictable right now. He's having some trouble up here in the sweeper with stability.
I'm not hearing anything. It wasn't coming over the speaker.
This?
Attention. 1 minute.
I'm just doing it for that. All right, 40 seconds to go. Your leader's still Herman James in purple, coming around for the lap right now. Now coming down the straightaway in that yellow Porsche 917. Your second place car is on blue, coming down the straightaway right now. It's that Ford P68 in shimmery blue. Herman now 5.882 on purple, improving his pace, trying to spread that gap.
10 seconds.
He's now 2.5 laps ahead of Ted. Richard 1 lap behind Ted.
End of stint.
That's going to be the heat. All right. Richard goes to white, Derek to green, Sean to orange, UPS Mike to blue, Herman to yellow, and Ted to purple. Fastest car that heat was Herman, 5.882.
Cookie.
Thanks again for joining us at the NSR Classic Cup, sponsored by Professor Motor at Motown.
1 minute.
This is our first inaugural version of this race, and Mark Pollard, the owner, has been doing a tremendous job trying to improve the quality of racing here. We've got new big screens everywhere. We've just updated the track software. Track was slightly rebraided and cleaned. We're doing things. So thank you for joining us on our live stream. This is Ian Douglas commenting right now.
Attention. 1 minute left.
1 minute left in this intermission. Copyright infringement.
On the spot commentary. How's it going, Chad? Thank you. How's it going?
I'm just happy to be here.
All right, 1 line out. How's the finger?
30 seconds.
How's the thing?
30 seconds.
It's the brain.
Stop getting caught.
And this is just a qualifying race, so the result of this will go towards the overall standings, and the top 12 racers will move into the semifinals. All right, here we go. This is going to be heat 3 out of 6.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Power.
And I got the live chat up, so if you guys want to ask some questions, I'm happy to answer them. All right, 30 seconds down, 2:30 to go. And that's your second place car, Ted, on purple, just having a bobble there. Your leader, Herman, coming up on yellow.
Three, two, one, power.
Looks like Herman's going to get by for another lap. So it's Herman leading 67, Ted 65, Richard 64, Sean 62, and Derek 60. Mike Promotional not starting this one due to late sleeping. So 1 minute down, 2 minutes to go. Your leader is on yellow, coming down the main straightaway right now in that yellow Porsche 917. Second place is Ted Essie on purple, coming down the straightaway right now in that shimmery blue. Oh, Ted having a little bobble there. It's going to cost him another half a lap. Looks like the track is kind of sticky right now, so it looks like some drivers are having some trouble with the amount of grip that their cars are experiencing. So there is a significant track evolution here, so throughout the day the track will get a little greasier and a little looser throughout the day, and then towards the end of the day it'll stick back up again. We think that's probably due to the heat and humidity that's generated in the track. So right now the conditions are really, really sticky.
1 minute left.
And it looks like Herman is enjoying that very much. New fast lap on yellow by Herman, 5.873. That's going to be the fastest lap of the race. He is now 3 laps ahead of Ted. Oh, and your leader getting caught up with Derek. Oh,
Track call.
and a car on the straightaway. That's going to be Ted.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, 40 seconds left in this heat. This is heat 3 out of 6. HSF Racing, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And shout out to Frankie and his wonderful wife watching right now live from their vacation. Frankie, we wish you were here. It would have been awesome to have you.
10 seconds. End of stint.
And that's going to be the end of the third heat. I'm glad you got it, HSF. All right, your leader is Herman James, the world famous Herminator, on a pretty good pace here. TQ pace, 88.5. Ted 3 laps back with 85.6. Your third place car is Richard with 84.4. Fourth, Sean, 82.6, and Derek, 80.15. I remember these guys are just shooting for the highest lap total right now. The top 12 finishers will move on to the semifinals. So these guys are just racing against the clock right now. Almost 1 minute.
I think cutoff will be like a 160.
Braden thinks the cutoff will be 160, 165. That's quite the spread there.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
in that range.
Okay, okay. I think so far it looks like Herman's going to be a solid spot. I think he underperformed a bit in qualifying due to track conditions and car. And he changed his tires, so I think he had a tire delamination issue that he has now solved. And the car went through tech again, so all is good. Given the high grip here, we often see tires come off their wheels, so sometimes you gotta re-glue them. That's pretty normal. All right, 10 seconds left. All right, it's Sean on white, Richard on green, Herman orange, Derek blue, Ted yellow.
3, 2, 1, hit it.
shout out to Dennis from Tasmania. During the pandemic, I actually was looking at houses in Tasmania. It's absolutely incredibly beautiful. Hopefully, can make it there someday. Oh, that's your fourth place car, Sean, coming off. All right, your leader is still Herman. 95 laps now, coming down the back straight right now. Get that lap, and then his car looks pretty good. It looks pretty balanced. He's got a lot of straightaway speed. Got that little wiggle coming onto the straightaway, which is pretty normal. The straightaway here actually dips down quite a few inches, maybe 5 inches. So you're coming down the straightaway, and the corner kind of unloads on you actually. So you have to be really patient getting onto the straightaway. All right, Herman, first one to 100. Ted, 98, in second place on yellow. Herman, the only car in the 5s right now, 590. Backed it up with a 5967. Now into the 5.8s, 5.87. He heard his name, and he did something about it. All right, Ted now 2.5 laps behind Herman. Ted on yellow, coming down the straightaway right now. Your third place car is Richard in green. He's down the back chute and now down the straightaway in the yellow Ford. Herman now with a new fast lap, 5.862. Ted running consistent 6.0s, which I think is still going to be super solid. It's going to get him into the semi. You know, your goal here is just really to survive, take the least out of the car possible. 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Looks like Herman making some adjustments there. He's going to run a slightly slow lap, I'm sure. Yep, 6.1. Ted looks like he's having a much better heat this time. All right, Ted actually leading the heat. 30 to Herman's 30. So 2:30 laps on yellow and orange. All right, going into the 5th heat, your leader's Herman James with a 118.0 going to white lane. Ted Essie in second, 115.1. Richard Freeman third, 112.8. Sean in fourth, 109.8. And Derek, his first big race, 106.0 in fifth.
Attention, 1 minute, 30
Yeah, Dennis, I totally agree. Herman's car is much better than in qualifying. He, I think he was running 8mm wide wheels with 10mm wide tires, and there was a lot of rubber that was just kind of folding under the car during the corners, And we talked about it last night. I actually gave him a set of tires to run. I think he's enjoying them a little bit. But we talked about that and how under the track is so sticky that in the corners, the tires can kind of fold under the car and bite and then let go and bite and let go. Yeah, so on the right hand side of the screen we have the lanes that you go to. So Herman goes to white, Sean goes to green.
30 seconds.
From white, or is that the person?
No, that's you.
That's me. So
You were in white, you ran 6.3.
6.3. Time next to.
Yep, 15 seconds. Sorry, Sean was just asking some of the screen readouts here. All right, power is coming on. This is going to be heat 5 out of 6. Race 3. Oh, good catch. Sean almost got pummeled by being a rider there. These guys taking a couple seconds to warm up, get up to speed. So what I was saying about the tires is that I think he was running, oh, Ted has a little bobble there. It's going to cost him another quarter lap. 8mm wide wheels with 10mm wide tires has some tire folding issues. So you get into the corner, the car gets loaded, and the tires can just kind of fold under and grip and lose grip and grip and lose grip over and over again, and the car gets crazy. So what we did was we put a set of 10mm wide wheels and 10mm wide tires, and that really calms the car down in the corners and smooths out because you have that really consistent sidewall. All right, 1 minute down, 2 minutes to go. Your leader is Herman James on white with the yellow Porsche 917 coming down the straightaway right now. First to 130. Ted is 3 laps back with 127. Herman's still the only car in the fives, 596 on white. Backs it up with a 605. Looks like Herman's extending his lead here. He's got 3-lap lead over Ted. Ted now 2 laps over Richard. And Richard 4 laps over Sean. So Sean's got quite a deficit that he's going to need to clean up. Derek back 3 laps from Sean, 3.5 laps. Derek just made a mistake, so that's going to cost him there too. Ted's coming up on orange. Oh, your leader Herman making a mistake there in the donut. It's going to cost him a little bit, but I think he's pretty safe. So Ted's coming down the straightaway right now. In that shimmery blue Ford P68. I assume that Ted's just kind of running his pace right now, just sort of getting comfortable with the car, and he's just trying to make laps. I think Herman's probably enjoying his newfound pace. All right, your heat leader is Richard with 27, followed by Ted, 27, now Herman 27. But Herman is on one of the harder lanes. It's a fast lane, but it is difficult around the donut. I'd say the fastest lanes are probably green, orange, and blue, just the speed that you carry through the corners. And purple and white can be kind of difficult with some of the really tight radius corners. All right, going into the final heat of the third qualifier. Herman's got 146.8. Your second place car is Ted Essie, 144. So he's 2 laps back, 2.5 laps back. And then third is Richard, 3 laps back with 141. Fourth place is Sean, 137.5. Fifth is Derek, 133.7. So Herman, what are the track conditions like? They're good? Herman says the track conditions are good.
Attention, 1 minute left.
The fourth heat guys are starting to grab their cars and put lane stickers on them and clean the tires, get them ready. We're going to roll through.
Half my tires coming off.
30 seconds.
So.
Braden's providing me with some excuses of why his car didn't perform yesterday. Half of his tire is coming off. So as we discussed earlier, the tire delamination is a real thing. So you think that that's gonna?
Oh, 5.5s.
Oh, 5.5s. Okay,
5.5s.
okay. He's talking big game.
5.5s.
On white.
On white, yes.
On white?
All right, power is coming back on.
3, 2, 1, power.
So we did get some out-of-towners. We got Todd Olery here from Southern California. Todd is currently qualified 4th, so he's we love having Todd come up. We'd love for more of the SoCal guys to come up and race, but we do know it's kind of a trek, and you know, it's always really amazing to go to LA, but driving up the Central Valley can be a little bit more, and a little less enticing. This is the NSR Classic Cup, sponsored by Professor Motor at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. This is heat 6 out of 6 in the 3rd qualifier. We have 4 qualifiers, 4 heats of 7, 6, 6, and 6. And then the top 12 cars are going to move into the semifinals. Shout out to everybody watching. We got 16 people live. I'm watching a live chat, so if you got questions, I'm happy to answer them. This is Ian Douglas. We got some raffles throughout the day. Oh, your leader Herman coming off there on the carousel. Or, I don't know what you want to call it, the tabletop. All right, your leader on green coming down the straightaway. Ted letting him by, gentleman's pass. Fastest car on the track right now is Herman, 596. But it looks like everybody's just kind of cruising. Herman coming off again. It's going to cost him a quarter lap. The Promotional is right there. All right, coming up on 1 minute. That's the final minute in this qualifier. Things are pretty settled. There's no real close battles. Your leader's on green, Herman James. That's the yellow Porsche 917 down the straightaway right now. Followed by Ted Essie on the back chute. Now coming down the straightaway. Your 3rd place car is Richard on purple. Richard coming down the straightaway now in that yellow Mark IV GT40. And we did allow people to remove the rear spare tire, and I think there's like a gas tank on the Fords and the Porsche 917s, just for a little bit more balance of power, because those cars are so heavy. I encourage you guys to check out MotownRaceway.com. It will be updated. We just rebuilt the site. It's going to be updated more frequently now. So check it out, and soon enough you'll be able to buy parts. That's the race, guys. Ted getting a bonus foot there. Yep, we got a run out issue here. Oh, there we go. Kathy.
Is it over?
Yeah, it's over. So we got Herman James is going to be provisional TQ.
Lane correction.
I need to do zone correction. Give me a second.
Zone correction.
Got to wake up the mouse.
Yeah, sometimes I don't know why it does that. That's all you got. Just tap. There it goes.
All right. Sorry, I didn't want to start the race again. Okay, so we got zone corrections. Ted Essie on white. What?
White.
79. Okay. Herman. 83. All right. And Mike 0. Okay, Sean on blue. Sean on blue. 19. Okay, Derek on yellow. 51. Confirmed? Okay. Oh, 49. Trying to get that extra 2 feet.
It's radial. Yeah.
All right, Richard on purple. 13. Thank you. All right, so we got zone corrections done. We do that to make sure that the computer estimates where they're going to finish, but we want to make sure that it's totally accurate. All right, so going into the 4th heat, 4th qualifier. It's going to be Braden on white, Todd on green, Larry orange, Mike Andrews blue, Mike Stahl yellow, and Ryder, our youngest racer, on purple.
And then hit result and print.
You want 2 copies?
Yeah.
Okay. And then where do we go? Okay, cancel.
No, it's just so print result.
I did.
This printer running should be. Yep. Okay.
And then what do you hit after that?
What? Yeah, we're printing it right now.
I'm just going to hit okay, cancel. There we go. We're good.
Okay. There we go. Yep.
I don't know what I'm doing.
That'll work. In case you want to say where's everybody
Yeah,
at or something
perfect.
like that.
Thank you. All right, the turn marshals are going to be the racers from that last race. We need you out here. That's going to be Herman, Ted, Richard, Sean, Derek. We're going to need one volunteer. Dennis, I'm pretty sure. Yes, Mark is heavily inspired by Carlos's work at ED. Carlos and Marco do incredible, world-class job. So there's nobody who does it like them. But we're trying to do something, you know, trying to bring some awareness and have some fun. Now we're going to come up on warm-up here real quick. All right, drivers, are we ready for warm-up? Can I get some thumbs up if we're good for warm-up? All right. Warm-up is coming on. As Victor would say, use it or lose it. Warm-up is on. All right, Todd's cleaning his tires here. So typically we offer a minute warm-up just for people to get their controllers set properly, clean their tires, check the track. It just makes for cleaner starts to the races. Sometimes if you just go out there, it can be kind of crazy. And yeah, thank you, Dennis. I appreciate it very much. Looks like Ryder's going to clean his tires. So right now, provisional TQ is Herman with 175.8, and then Ted 172.7, and then third place is going to be Richard with 170.3, Sean 165, Derek 161, and Donnie getting into the top 6, 160. So again, this is going to be about top 12. So we have Paul Hendricks in 7th, Blake Benston, in 8th, Mark Perkins in 9th, Jerry Campos in 10th, John Wilbur in 11th, and Mike O'D rounding out the top 12. So these guys are going to try to beat that. And theoretically, they should all beat that, given the fact that they qualified so well. I'm going to step away here for just a moment while these guys get the cars ready.
All right, racers ready. I don't hear a no, so here we go.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, hit it.
All right, we're back. We're 30 seconds in. Your leader's Braden on white. Everyone with 5. Second place is Larry.
Here we go. 3,
Incorrectly spelled.
1, go.
Mike Andrews in 3rd on blue, and Todd in 4th on green. Mike Stahl 5th in yellow, and Ryder in 6th on purple. All right, your leader's coming down the short chute right now on white lane in the Patronus inspired livery.
One more. Thank you.
3, 2, 1, power.
All right, 1 minute down, 2 minutes to go. So Braden is in a NSR Classic Ford P68 with a livery inspired by the Mercedes Patronus team. So he's got like some turquoise blue accents and silver painted by his grandpa, Mark. And Mike Andrews coming off a little bit. Oh, and then Larry is coming off. It's gonna cost Larry significantly, I think. No? All right, so it's Braden leading. Already in the 5.8s, 5.84. Followed by Mike Stahl now in yellow. Mike Stahl coming down the straightaway in that blue and white P68. Side by side with Todd Olery in 3rd. So that's battle for position there on green and yellow. Coming down the straightaway, out through the carousel. And yellow's probably a little faster than green.
We could have made a center field, right?
So Mike a little bit of an advantage there. 1 minute to go.
Minor league.
Your leader Braden checking out now. 1 lap ahead.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we're still all bunched up. Everybody within 2 laps. Big shout out to Professor Motor again for sponsoring this event. They donated a bunch of prizes, some cars. They've been really great to work with, so thank you to Professor Motor. And these cars are NSR Classic cars. There's 4 different models that you could run for this race, and we're all running a spec tire. It's a custom gray Super Grip. I've got a quick track call for debris.
Pieces everywhere. I think somebody's got a broken post.
Is that the only one you see, Richard?
As of now, yes. Go ahead.
Looked like there was a body post on the track.
2, 1.
So 15 seconds left in this heat.
Odd spacers is what I like.
Yeah, I said it there.
So they're NSR Classic cars. The Ford P68 has been the popular choice. I think given the short wheelbase and a little bit of the weight over the rear axle has made it really nice for this track, because this track's so high grip. All right, Larry to white, Braden to green, Mike Stahl to orange, Todd to blue, Ryder to yellow, and Mike Andrews to purple. So after 1, it's Braden with 30.3. Mike Stahl in 2nd, 29.1. And then you got Todd, Larry, and Mike Andrews all on the same lap with 28. And then Ryder with 27.3.
Attention. 1 minute, 30 seconds.
And Braden did reset the fast lap on white lane with a 5.84, previously held by Herman, I'm sure.
Jennifer's ready for you when you're ready.
I'm talking to the mic. Sean teasing me because he can't hear me. But that doesn't matter. I'm not race directing for Sean. I'm race directing for you guys watching. All right, 1 minute. Just over 30 seconds. So I'm going to do the averages here.
30 seconds.
So Herman averaged 29.3. So right now that's about what the TQ pace is.
Something on the track?
Yeah, it's in red, but still.
What is it? If it's on red, it's fine. No, no, no. Don't not.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so the TQ pace right now is 29.3. So right now Braden, obviously with one heat in, averaging 30. So that's probably going to put him above TQ. We got 17 people watching live. Thank you guys for tuning in. This is the NSR Classic Cup race sponsored by Professor Motor at Motown Raceway. All right, the first 5.7 of the day on green by Braden, 5.770. He's coming down the straightaway now. Second place now is Mike Stahl on orange. In the the blue and white P68 down the straightaway now. He's 1.5 laps behind Braden. And then you got Todd Ullery in third place.
Track call. 3, 2, 1, power.
Oh, who did that? That was Brady.
We got some nice spelling errors of the racer's name here. All right, just under a minute 30.
We can
Another
correct
track
that.
call.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, your leader's Braden on green, 49. Now in the 5. Now Braden's in the 5.6s, 5.678 on green. He's coming down the back chute now. Trying to put another lap on Mike Stahl, which he does. I think another reason that the P68 is popular is it does have a very light body. I think most of them were coming in at 17 grams, 16 and a half if you painted it yourself. So a lot of people painted them. Oh, we got Ryder coming off in yellow. So there's something about that car that works really well here. I'd say the second most popular car is probably GT40. We got a very few 917s.
10 seconds.
All right, Braden with another 30-lap heat.
In the stint, please change lanes.
So, after 2, Braden's got a 3-lap lead over Mike Stahl. Larry now jumping into the 3rd spot, a 1/4 lap ahead of Todd Ullery. And then Todd is 1 lap ahead of Mike Andrews. And Mike is 1 lap ahead of Ryder. How's the track right now?
Attention, 1 minute, 30
We're getting
seconds.
so-sos on the track conditions right now. Well, Herman liked the track conditions. There's quite a mix of controllers here today. There's some DeFalco controllers, quite a few true speeds. There's four true speeds on the track right now, all with custom knobs, which is a nice look.
Attention, 1 minute left.
And 1 lone third eye. So some information about the cars. They are all running a spec NSR Super Grip that's been dyed gray. And then we're all running 16mm wheels, mostly air wheels. The car's all clear 0.8 millimeters clearance in the rear. And there's been no major modifications allowed, so this is a pretty box stock can't remove material, you can't lighten the car. They're limited to Professor Motor weights, so the Professor Motor little tungsten puck weights. So you can only use those, so it's very limited, which is, I think, the racers like. And then we do offer, we are doing open gearing, just to allow people to tune their car for the track conditions.
3, 2,
Power is coming on.
go.
This is heat 3 out of 6. And I will not be listening to Taylor Swift while I race again. Rumors of my
Track call.
Taylor Swift listening are highly exaggerated.
3, 2, 1, power.
So Dennis Mike Stahl is a bit out of town, but he is a local here. So he drives a bit of a ways, but he's a well-known 124 scale racer. Just made a mistake here, I think. Oh no, sorry, I had the wrong car. He's going down the straightaway right now. Yeah, so Mike Stahl has been to Isra, and he's a big-time 124 scale racer. He started racing with us heavily. I think he's enjoying himself a lot, and he brings a lot to the group. He's a good racer, good guy. He made a little mistake there. His car looks a little like he's braking a little early on white. His car looks a little ragged, but he's probably trying to make up that spot. All right, so it's Braden in first in blue lane, followed by Mike Stahl in white lane.
Track call.
Quick track call for a car on the straightaway. It's Todd.
3, 2, 1, power.
Todd looks like he's struggling a little bit, but good to get the struggle out of the way early. Just make the laps and advance to the semis. But Todd is not making much good for lap times. 6.57 is not going to be great. All right, 130 down, 130 to go, drivers. Your leader down the straightaway, that is Braden in the blue lane, coming up on Ryder right now. Your second place car is Mike Stahl, coming down the hill, coming down the straightaway now. Larry is coming up on Mike. Larry in the green lane, both on 75 laps. Fourth place is Todd with 74. Mike Andrews 74. And Ryder 73. So it's still very close. 1 minute to go. A lot of action going on.
Here we go. 3, 2,
Mike looks like he's having a tough time on white. And that's a battle for position right there. Larry on green, Mike Stahl on white. Oh, that's not how you want to pass. A big pile up led to a track call. We usually call track calls if there's like more than 2 cars. If there's 3, or if there's more cars than a marshal can actually marshal, we'll usually track call it. Otherwise, 2 cars isn't a track call unless it's on the straightaway. 30 seconds to go. Braden extending his lead now. Big lead. 6 laps over Larry. Larry's in second now, followed by Mike Stahl in third. Same lap as Larry. Todd in fourth with 83. 1 lap behind that battle. And then Mike Andrews 1 lap behind Todd.
in the stint. Please change lanes.
All right, that's a heat. So it looks like we're going into the 4th heat here.
Lunch will be after this.
We're gonna have a quick lunch break after this heat. So Larry, the big mover there, Larry's gonna move up into second. And again, they're just racing, just racing for lap count, but yeah, RC Cartel says, go Larry. People are already talking about Braden getting a 10-lap penalty just for being Braden. Braden is local here. He sleeps under the track. He's grandson of track owner Mark Pollard. So He gets he's pretty quick.
Bill Murray, yeah, Todd. Remember that one? Yeah.
I think Todd is the person from the furthest distance here. He came up from Southern California. So let's see what the average lap is right now for Braden. 92.5. There's been 3 heats, so he's averaging 30.8, which is going to be definitely TQ pace. So let's take somebody else. Let's take Mike Stahl here. So he's at 85.7. Divide that by 3, so he's at 28.5. So Mike is going to be right there at the cutoff. He's averaging 28.5, but Herman averaged 29. So it gives you the sense that it's still super competitive there in that, 3rd through 12th spot. Turn marshals. All right, Bauer's coming on. This is the 4th heat.
3, 2, 1, go.
So it's Braden still leading on purple. He's averaging over 30 laps a heat, which is going to put him in TQ if he continues. He did just set it again. Set new fast lap on purple, 5.80, which is going to be the fastest lap of the day on purple. All right, approaching 2 minutes left. This is heat 4 out of 6. All right, Braden checking out. 102 laps now. Your second place car is Larry, 95 laps. Mike Stahl and Larry are on the same lap, green and blue. And then Mike Andrews and Todd Ullery are also on the same lap, yellow and orange.
26 people watching.
Shout out to the 23 people watching. Got a track call for Todd going down the straightaway, upside down.
Here we go.
Todd's got a beautiful custom painted P68 that he did this week. And Todd uses Gravity Colors paints. And he's got like a Nardo gray, or I forget, it's like a McLaren Victory gray. It's a very pale gray. And then some fluorescent red accents. It's a pretty cool look on the track. So Todd's on yellow coming down straightaway. He's coming up. Oh, and Todd came off again.
Give me my split shirt, please.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, 2 minutes down, 1 minute to go. Braden with a 5.772 on purple. Backs it up with a 5.858. Braden's car's looking pretty good. It's super balanced. He's got enough grip moving forward. Got just a little bit of slide in the corners, so he's able to drive that car hard. The worst thing here is when the track is super sticky, the cars just do not turn. So you gotta dial in a little bit of slide so that you can actually drive the car hard. If the car is too stuck, it just wants to go straight every corner. I believe that Braden should get a -1 per lane handicap, but I tried to get that moving through the pipeline, but it did not work. Oh, Ryder's gonna have a gear issue.
In the stint, please change lanes.
So Ryder having a technical. Oh, he stripped a gear. That's a shame. Two-minute gap between heats? Yep. That's a shame. Ryder's our youngest racer. Really, really fast. Still working on his building. I think that's the biggest thing right now. And then And then how many will move on from this heat? It's not so much about this heat, but this group of races. So right now we're in heat 4 of 4. In the heat races, this is going to be qualifying, right? So from this cluster of 4 races, we're taking the top 12, and they move on to the semifinals. And then, or sorry, I'm sorry, I misspoke. The top 10. Actually, I'm going to check on that. Because I think it's maybe the top 8 move on, and then there's a shootout for second chance, last chance qualifier. It'll take the top 2, because we're looking for a top 12, right? So that would make sense. So Jim and I moved on for qualifying first and second. So I'm going to guess that the top 8 move into the semis, guaranteed. And then from there, we'll have that last chance qualifier. 2 will move on. 30 seconds to go. Shout out to Marco Carvalho in Electric Dreams. The man, the myth, the legend who makes everything happen in the slot car world. Thank you for watching, Marco. And Marco's got some big races coming up. We got the Scale Auto Enduro, the Scale Auto event coming up at Electric Dreams in March. So keep your eyes peeled for that race. That's going to be amazing. That's 132nd Scale Auto GT cars. Power's coming on. Shout out to Roger from Barbados. Roger, we miss you. Hope to see you soon. You were amazing to have here. Hope you come back soon. You guys have an amazing track down there. I know that Mark Perkins and you hand-built that track in Barbados. Every time I see pictures of it, I'm jealous. That track looks incredible. But yeah, back to the Electric Dream schedule. We got the Scale Auto race coming up in March. And then in the middle of the year, we're going to have the Slot It Nationals, which is going to be the 4th year running. And that's pretty much the biggest slot car race in the United States. So if you want to go to a big slot car race, Scale Auto Nationals is it. And Scale Auto Group, Slot It Nationals, I'm sorry. It's Slot It Group C cars. And they're super fun. And that race has over 70 people per year. Oh, and Mike Stahl's gear is going. He's gonna just try to limp home here. I think that's bushings. I think that's oil. Yeah, front bushings need to get. Oh, big accident on the straightaway. Yep. All right, we got a minute 40 left.
2, 1, power.
So we got a minute and 40 left in the 5th out of 6 heats. Your leader right now is Braden, 138. Second place is Larry, 129. So Braden just crushing it right now with almost a 10-lap lead. Mike Stahl and Larry fighting for the 2nd spot. And then Todd in 4th, 1 lap behind that battle, 1.5 laps behind that battle. Mike Andrews in 5th, just 1 lap behind Todd. And Braden's going to be the only person in the 5.6s today, 5.693 on yellow.
Attention, 1 minute.
Braden getting by Larry there. So Larry's driving another NSR Ford P68. It's on purple coming down the straightaway. And Larry's car is this like hyper orange red color. Just really, really cool satin finish. Larry's been doing really, really well this week. Larry actually also races RC.
Track call.
No, the orange
3, 2, 1, go.
Shout out to everybody watching. This is the NSR Classic Cup at Motown, sponsored by Professor Motor. I am Ian Douglas, announcing for this race. I'm going to probably announce the last chance qualifier as well, and then I'm going to have to go race, which is what I'm here for.
10 seconds.
And Braden's car is looking really dialed right now. Braden is just cruising right now. His car's super neutral. He's
Please change lanes.
all right, going into the last heat. Your leader is none other than Braden Pollard, 154. Todd to white, Mike Andrews to green, Braden to orange, Ryder to blue, Larry to yellow, Mike Stahl to purple. Second place is Larry, 144.4, who is 1 lap ahead of Mike Stahl in third in 143. Todd Ullery in fourth, 142.1, 1 lap behind that.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Mike Andrews 2 laps behind Todd. Did you get it fixed, Ryder? Looks like Ryder's gonna come back in, which is great.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Who knows how it's gonna end up being, you know?
45 seconds. And Mike confirming that the front end of his car is a little dry. So we did change the rules a little bit for this race. We've had some problems with NSR tire oil and oils leaking on the track. So this is a quote-unquote dry race. So you're not allowed to put fluid on your car during in the changeovers. So you're just allowed to clean your tires, put the lane sticker on, and that's it. So we've avoided any issues with the track. At our last big race, we had some cars over-applying oil, and it was modifying the track for other people, right? So we just kind of banned all of that fluids, said no fluids on the track, and so far it's been totally fine. All right, here we go. Heat 6 out of 6. We've got Todd on white, Mike Andrews on green, Braden on orange, Ryder on blue, back in, Larry on yellow, and Mike Stahl on purple. So let's see here how people are averaging. Well, I can't do it right now because they're driving and it's moving. But I'm pretty confident that Braden is going to get provisional CQ. All right, 1 minute down, 2 minutes to go in your final heat. Todd on white with 6.34s. Mike Andrews on green, 6.20. Braden that last lap, 5.7. Oh, he just clicked off a 5.666 on orange, which is going to be the fastest lap of the race. Yep. Ryder running 6.3s on blue. Larry running 6.1s with a fast lap of 5.9 on yellow, and Mike running 6.4 on purple. All right, Todd on the same lap as Mike Stahl now, trying to steal that third spot. 1 minute to go. Can he hold off? So Mike Stahl on purple coming down the straightaway with Larry right now. 45 seconds. Remember, the top 8 overall will move on. $30 seconds. It's Braden out in the lead. Larry in second. Mike Stahl in third. Larry 2 laps ahead of Mike Stahl. Mike Stahl and Todd on the same lap. Mike Stahl's got a little bit of a squeaky mouse going around. Oh, and a ghost track call there. All right. right, that's gonna be it. Don't touch the cars. Let's do some zone corrections. All right. Let's get some zone corrections going here. Can I get a zone for Todd Ulrey on white? 60? All right, Mike Andrews. All right, Ryder. In the donut? All right, Larry. Remember, it's the one behind. You have to be fully through the zone. All right, Mike Stahl. Thank you very much. All right, let's see how the standings are going.
Result.
All right, so far. Let me get some printouts here.
I'll take them.
All right, we got provisional TQ, or provisional P1 is Braden, way out there by 10 laps over Herman.
That's good. That's good.
Oh, Jesus.
That's good. He's
And then
nice.
we got Larry in third, 173. Ted in fourth spot, 172. Mike Stahl in fifth, 171. Todd is going to make the bump up, 170.6, just a half a lap ahead of Richard, also making the bump up, 170.1. And Mike Andrews will be the last into the semi guaranteed. And the rest of the field will have a last shot at the last chance qualifier. We're going to have a short break here and have some food. Graciously provided by the track. And thank you guys so much for watching. We're going to take a quick break. Maybe come back in another 20 or 30 minutes. We're going to get the last chance qualifier going. Appreciate you guys watching. This is the NSR Classic Cup, sponsored by Professor Motor at Motown Raceway. We'll be back at noon Pacific Standard Time to resume the races.
Okay, we're gonna push everything up, just so you know. 12:15 is when we'll start last chance qualifying. Pushing up, get you guys out of here. Unless you're buying something, you can stay. No, we're just gonna push it up. Just get it way up.
Well, I
12:15 is when we'll start.
go as planned. I wanted it shredded, but my kitchen didn't shred very nicely, so I changed it up a little bit. It's different.
You'll need a fork for this. I will tell you that.
I can get another copy.
We got another board too?
Or two?
Another, just one? Good job, everybody, whatever you, this night and day. Take this one. This night and day. I'm taking these out. Everybody else. I'm taking these out. Everybody else.
Again, you get chips and a drink. Also, with that sandwich, chips and a drink.
That's first. Yeah. The one green. Or green Larry.
Herman's gonna be here.
You got lucky. Lots of orange people in the crowd. Richard?
So these are all. Should we not have all these cars on and these in?
No, they'll just come and pick their cars and come because this is the round robin. So I don't know if anybody's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
I think what helped you when UPS Mike didn't win it, the rider got
15 in room 1, so I think 14 is right.
Miles off. That stuff's good. That's cool how you did that. It's different. How, makes a lot of sense. Got it.
There you go. Donnie. Squeeze it all you want to. Squeeze too hard. All the top coming off the end. All of it. Rider. I sported yesterday. Did you? Yeah. Bentley. I don't even know where you are. Where you at?
I know.
That's good. That's good.
You want more? I'm just gonna leave it there. You guys can pick it up. Well, I just didn't know. I was trying to do Marcus.
Oh, no. Now it's getting better each day.
Those were good.
I don't think anybody's here.
There were like 3 or 4, maybe 5 of
I
them.
gotta work tomorrow. I'll put my order in.
No.
Where do I go? The address.
Round robin lap. On every single lap.
I will. So there's the 2 top qualifiers are in the semi-automatic.
You know what? I wasn't gonna say that.
Oh, I know.
I might reach that. No, I wasn't gonna do it. You're not anything to even.
Brayden, you'll like it. I promise. I have a piece of pop.
Hey, be careful now.
No. Let me do this.
Part of that mechanical failure, but the real reason is to give everybody twice as much time. Bang for the buck, dollar. It wasn't so much for that, but that's part of it.
Okay, okay.
So yeah, if you break a lead wire in the first heat, then you have a second heat.
Sure to get those sandwiches. I'm on my first one. I'll say it that way.
No. No. No.
I'm gonna go everybody's eating.
Yes.
I want to tell you about a funny story that happened. You all appreciate it, I hope. Went through a lot of work for this, and
I had these great t-shirts made and I sent the art into my printer and he had to redo it in Adobe Illustrator. And I approved the proof. But if you really look close at those shirts, you will see that professor is missing an S. So it's a nostalgic point, but we want you guys to buy our shirts. And we'll have something to talk about. You can throw crap on me like forever when you wear that shirt. So that could be worth a $20 bill right there. So I humbly apologize because I approved proof. What I sent him was correct. But they had to rebuild it and they messed it up and I didn't see it. So, but the logo looks good. So it's professor motor instead of professor motor. So doesn't change the event. But I apologize for that. If someone wants to return their shirt maybe because of that, I will refund you for my mistake. But at the same time, we have 10 more shirts out there we'd like to sell. So please do that. Well, I'll laugh about this someday, but I'm not laughing about it today. Alright, we'll be talking to my printer. I was just gonna say, well, you approved the proof. So I can say, so I don't have any leg to stand on, so it's on me.
Who's not supposed to be?
Right, also up here we're going to draw for the black and gold McLaren. That will be randomized the number here. I'll have one to watch me. So I'm going to hit the number right now. And the winner of the black and gold McLaren is Kiwi Mike. Mike says congratulations to all of you. Now, if we finish
the C8 Corvette raffle. Please participate in that. That person also will get 10% off anything else they have with that car. I have some white kit C8 Corvettes up here, an orange one, and anybody who buys any of those will get 10% off of everything on it today. Including a shirt, yeah. Jim wants to buy the whole store, he can definitely do that. While we have some downtime, I'm going to draw a name for this yellow 917 Porsche. So I'm going to draw a name tag out. If you won before, you can win again. Put your tags back in. Jim's going to draw one ticket, and one ticket only.
Hey, that's not fair.
You don't have to be present to win. Marcus! Give that to Marcus. I'm going to draw for this Professor Motor mat. Notice Professor has two S's in it. So it's kind of unique. So it says NSR Professor Motor, drawing for this mat. And the winner of this mat is Mr. Jim Rose.
Okay, can everybody hear me? We've got a couple announcements to make that are pertinent to racing going forward, so we thought we'd do this at lunchtime. There's a few things going to be changing here, nothing drastic, I think for the better. I know a lot of you have been concerned about we're getting out late on some of the races because we have now typically 3 heats instead of 2, so we're getting out at 5 or 6. So the race format's going to be changed slightly going forward. The difference being the first race, whatever the first race happens to be, and that the first race is, my understanding, first race goes for points for Motown, right? The first race of each day goes for Motown points, for the point series. That will stay the same. It will be whatever class it is, it'll be qualifying in heats by qualifying. The second race of the day will change. It will be a round robin sorted by pro and expert. So there'll be a separate pro and expert round robin. The third race of the day will be the same, just a regular round robin. So that'll save us a half an hour or so in run time. That's one change. The other, Mark will announce shortly about the hypercar scheduling, or the scheduling going forward. The hypercar class will be the scale auto hypercars with stock motors. The basic rule set will be the same as GT3. So you can change chassis, again, not the 3D chassis we talked about, but you can change the stiffness, you can change wheels and tires, guide, gears, and so forth. So the basic rule set is the same as GT3. Yeah?
What about the suspension?
Suspension is optional. It comes with it. You can take it off if you want. The other thing we're going to talk about is the spec tires. I think everybody will agree they've worked pretty well. And so going forward, not right away, because not everybody has enough for the different classes, but as we get going forward, the spec tire will be required for the hypercar, GT3, Can-Am, Classic Le Mans. I think that was it. Obviously, it will not be required in F1 or Revo slot, and we'll look at whether it works well on Group 5 and Group C, because we're not sure. But those, we'll make an announcement on the actual date when it goes into effect, but the reason for telling you is you don't start building tires for those cars that are only going to be used for a couple months. So going forward, that spec tire will be in effect at some point in time. Any questions on any of those? So that's kind of the announcements going forward with local races or club races. We're going to start at 12:15. The semi-mains are out. If you're in the last chance qualifier, you're in the box. So at 12:15, you can come up and grab your car and take a look at it. Yeah, question Ian.
Well, for scale auto, or the
Hypercar.
are you saying that any suspension or only the stock scale auto suspension designed for that car?
We should probably talk about that.
I'm leading the question to basically be only the stock.
I think that would probably be good. You can run the stock suspension or you can take it out. That sounds good to me, yeah. So the suspension that comes in the car, or you can take it out. Okay, so we'll start at 12:15.
How about just conversation about the motor potential?
Okay, how many of you have hypercars? How many of you are finding they're hard to drive because the motor is so powerful?
Never. Never.
Is it too fast with the
I think Kiwi Mike has put a flat 6 in, and I think he feels, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you feel it's a better motor for that car. We are considering changing the motor from the hypercar to a less powerful motor because it's going to be easier for everybody to drive, make it more competitive, and hopefully make it more fun. What it does is you buy a $99 car and you got to change the motor in it. But
just discussion, because the home tracks, like I know Kiwi Mike is stating that, as is, the car's too fast for some of the home track. Just a conversation.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make it competitive with the existing LMP cars that we had.
Okay, so one of the reasons Mike's going to do that is because the LMP cars we have, like the Slotteds, have the slotted flat 6 motor in it. So one of the reasons is to go to that for continuity. At the home tracks. At this track, it's going to be scale auto only. So that part of the argument's probably not a factor. But I think you've run it and you think it's a better motor probably to run in those cars.
Yeah, on my track, it's a little bit manageable.
Okay, we're just throwing this out. If you have any questions or suggestions, bring it to myself or Ian or Braden or Mark. We'll go from there. Braden. Well, you can just gear it down, but they're still really fast. My personal opinion is we'd be better off if we put flat sixes in them. I'm not saying that's gonna happen, that's just my personal opinion. So anyway, that's an ongoing discussion, we'll figure it out. But as of now, it's the stock motor. Thanks everybody again for coming out, thanks for Professor Motor, and we'll get going here in just a few minutes. No.
What moment are we looking at cars?
You're in the semi, right?
I believe so, yeah.
You can't look at your car until one minute warm up is.
Oh, okay. I just want to just change the tires.
Yeah.
Dale, are we cut off right now?
Shouldn't there be 14 or not?
Okay, leave it at the end of the last chance qualifier, we'll turn it off, and then we'll do the semis with fine. Why are we doing that? Don't you want to have separate races so you can see?
One continuous, because then you're just gonna kick everyone out watching the stream.
Okay, yeah, okay, leave it on, okay.
We can
Leave it on,
change-
leave it on, don't touch anything.
We can change the title.
Oh, change the title, yeah.
Are we missing somebody on the last chance?
Oh, Mike.
Oh, so there's only 13?
He went home already, he came and went.
You're on orange.
How many people actually died, you know? Okay, we'll start the last chance at 12:15. The heats are, the last chance is already up on the board, so at 12:15 or about 12:10, start coming up if you're in it, and then you can start looking at your cars.
Question for you.
Yep.
Would it be considered a sin if I was to paint a 510 Datsun Group 2 BMW color?
Yes.
Is it gonna stop me from doing it?
No.
You have a nice blue. I think we should keep it.
Well, color is okay. I wouldn't put the BMW Motorsport logos on. Oh, the color's nice. If you can get Astro red.
What if you remember the number here?
Instead of these things all over the track.
Just remember the number.
It's an M color. It has to be an M car to get it. You can't get it in a regular car.
Legal or no? In Canada, you hear how many yards out, and they get their own.
More spots for the 5018 wheels. I'll draw. You're gonna get 2 more spots, $3 each. $3 each. 2 more spots to go. I'll draw. I know y'all need it, especially if we just announced.
Pays cap. Sure, can I see your receipt?
There we go.
Thank you, sir.
we're gonna draw for the three set for 5018 NSR wheels. Random number generator, 12 spots. Do a couple. I'm gonna hit. Alright, I didn't have the sheet. Okay, I'm doing it again. 1, 2, here we go. 12 spots. The winner is Big John.
$500 in tickets.
He's on a roll today, guys.
We're going to draw for another Professor Motor donated item. And this is a Professor Motor controller, a 2-gallon controller. Weighs about 47 pounds, but it's a good controller on a $140, $150 controller. We're going to draw for that. Richard's going to pick a ticket.
Can we check the right sides of the cars to see if we need to change tires?
Oh, okay, he's sitting back there.
Do not have to be present to win, so the winner is Mario.
Mainly because it's for the bigger.
And then we're going to draw for another Professor Motor screwdriver. This one's got a Phillips head in it, it looks like. Richard will draw a ticket. The winner of this wonderful gold encrusted, diamond encrusted screwdriver is Mike Stahl. We still have a couple cars to draw, and we have some other miscellaneous items. So more stuff to follow.
Okay, just one more thing real quick. A question came up on the hypercar rules. They do make extensions for the pod that, it's an extension for the pod. Those pieces that are made by Scale Auto, pod extensions, will be legal. There are different ones for different chassis, so make sure you buy the right one, but those extensions will be okay.
Tires are gonna be the scale too, right? 17 inches? Scale tires.
Anything to help me, help you. So yes. I know you want to get rid of it.
Well, how about when you take a urine test? Less and more? Yeah, but you're watching. They hand it to you.
I think that's yours, Mark. You can have the second one too? Get it!
There's a lucky winner right there.
Just getting ready to put a shovel to the ground. Yeah, no, he's he just moving along. I can't wait to be close. I'll go from 45 to 50 minutes down to 20 minutes. That's an hour of my day. Oh, it's around us. Car's all good? We're allowed to give, but all right.
Yeah, that's good though.
We'll let you know.
I know they want you to put it on and take the red with it. All the stuff that was stolen was going to be reimbursed.
All right, we're gonna need Derek, O.D., Dale, Blake, Paul Hendrick, and Mark Perkins. Head this way. Ready to go. Derek, Michael O.D., Dale, Blake, Paul, and Mark Perkins.
Derek ordered like, you get 3 E's and 2 big ones.
Make sure you have lane stickers in your pocket.
How many racers are there?
Have your lint roller handy.
If they wanna change tires, like everybody change tires.
As I said, don't
Watching the race, when you turn around, what's the same tire? But then you hear the car. You're in tune.
Okay, just so everybody knows.
He doesn't want to, so nobody else is asked, so we're good to go. He decided not to.
And never mind.
I think you guys should just vote. If a majority wants to do it, just do it. If everyone's on the same page.
Ask if anybody wants to change tires.
Yeah, don't get warm up. Okay. I'd say they were all friends.
Okay, we're getting ready to start the last chance. All of you guys in the last chance, please pay attention because this pertains to you right now. If you want to change tires for the last chance, is there anybody that wants to do that? If you do, you can, but I need to know it right now. Okay, it's a no. We're good to go.
Rock and roll.
Okay, hopefully, I mean, this is a big race, but we're trying to make it user-friendly, so we're kind of doing stuff on the fly. Who's running the computer? Or the computer, but... No, you're good, you're good. You doing Mike?
I'll just leave it.
Yeah, do Mike.
Really sorry.
Or Jim, you could pick for Mike.
Oh, no, I'm good. I just wanted somebody to run the physical computer.
Everybody pretty much likes Ian up there. I can tell you that by the comments.
That's the person. You don't want to have to be.
Nobody said I like Jim.
Oh,
Everybody said I
thanks a
like
lot.
Ian.
Thanks a lot. No. Yeah. The cars off to the side are the semi-cars, so don't worry about those. Yeah.
I want to be fair. These are the cars.
Those are the cars. You gonna run the computer?
Yeah, but we need to call up turn marshals. Here.
Top 2 in laps. Go to semis. Top 2.
Okay, those of you that are in this race, if you're not driving, we need you to turn marshal. So you're gonna marshal your own race. So there are 13 people. We should have 7 turn marshals. John accepted, so we should have 6 turn marshals.
So Farley. So who is that? So, no Mike.
Volunteer turn marshals are gladly accepted.
Ryder. Farley.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're hot.
This one is this the one that's going over the air?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's hot right now. Yeah.
Okay.
So Ryder.
Everything you guys say.
Yeah.
Ryder, Farley, Bentley, Jerry. Ryder, Farley, Bentley, Jerry, Paul's in.
I think we're good.
Yeah, Paul. We got 6?
We got enough.
Okay.
Okay, those of you out there on YouTube, we're getting ready to start the last chance qualifier. So we've got 10 cars already in the semi-main. Top 2 qualifiers, top 8 for the heats. And this is a 13-car round robin. It's going to be cutthroat because the top 2 cars out of this go to the semi-main events.
To wake the mouse up. You didn't click.
That?
Start.
Oh, not racing.
You guys ready?
Drivers
All
ready?
right. Here we go.
Here we go. Drivers ready? Here we go.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
And we've got our first track call, the last chance qualifier.
3, 2, 1, go.
We're having a last chance qualifier for a couple reasons. One, to give everybody a little bit more track time because it's a 2-day race, as well as if you had a problem in the heat race, then you've got one more chance. If you broke a lead wire or something, you have another chance to get into the semi-main, which will be running after these. Volume's good? Okay. Okay, we got another track call. Paul Hendricks is out front on the yellow lane.
2, 1, go.
Paul is from the Sacramento group, and he has his own track up towards the Placerville area of Northern California. Paul comes by with a 6.5. Looks like Blake is the fastest car on the track at the 6.3, and Blake's also from the Sacramento Gold Country group. If you're not familiar with them, just search on YouTube for Gold Country, I think it's Racing Association. There's a lot of good videos on there from the Gold Country group in Sacramento. 1 minute into the race, we've got Paul, Derek, Blake, and Dale. This is a round robin, so it's going to be hard to tell who's actually leading the whole event until we get further into it, or even won't really know anything until right at the very end, when everybody completes all 6 lanes. 6 lanes, 3 minutes per lane. This is the Professor Motor sponsored Le Mans Classics by NSR. The 4 cars being run here are the Ford P68, which is the predominant car, the Ford Mark 1 and 2, which are basically the same, the Ford Mark 4, and the Porsche 917. There's quite a few of all of them, but the predominant car is the P68. Probably 3/4 of the field are Ford P68s. The reason being, it has the shortest guide lead, so it's an extremely nimble car, and it has the lightest body. So there's a variety of reasons why the faster guys or the faster cars, it's tended to be the Ford P68s. About 30 seconds to go. We've got Paul, followed by Blake, followed by Mark, aka Asian Bayesian. .15 seconds left in this heat. That's the completion of the first heat of this 13-car round robin. We've got Paul Hendricks out front with 27.24 laps, followed by Blake with 26 3/4. So Paul's got about a half a lap lead in this round robin so far. But we've got cars and drivers moving in and moving out. So you come in on the green lane and you leave from the white lane. If you're out there on YouTube listening, I want to thank Professor Motor for sponsoring this race. We gave away a lot of prizes during our lunch break, so they put a lot of they put their money where their mouth is, so to speak, and was giving us a lot of support for this race. So we want to thank Professor Motor quite a bit.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Mario, if you're out there listening to us, we miss you. Sorry you couldn't make it today, but we understand what happened. So looking forward to seeing you in the future.
Yeah, you gotta understand all the work and effort that went into the cars. You know, you throw it all out the window by just coming off the track.
About 30 seconds before this heat, Farley is coming in. He enters on the green lane for his first heat.
30 seconds.
Donnie in that beautiful red Ford GT is on deck, so he'll be the next driver coming in.
Yeah, so you can see number 11.
I don't even want to be heard.
We got
I need one over here.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, he started the second heat of this 13-car round robin. If you look up at the scoreboard, you can see that Paul is still out front, but over on the very right, out of that last heat, Braden Pollard qualified third. He was in the heat, and he reset all of the single lap records for today, and I think those are overall track records based on when we've run these cars before. So this car obviously is very fast. Mark Perkins on the yellow lane is setting the pace in this heat. That is 6.25. He's running third overall presently. But again, this being a round robin, if you see Farley's like 25 laps down, but this is his first lane, and so the other drivers have run two lanes. So with a round robin, we don't know until it's all sorted out at the end. If you're watching online, we're at Motown Raceway. Probably most of you know us if you're watching online. Motown is based in Modesto, California. We're about an hour south of Sacramento. So if you're from other places around the country or around the world, hope you can come out and join us. We'll have two other major races this year. One in May, one in September, which has already been announced. It's going to be sponsored again by Professor Motor, and it's going to be for Corvettes, NSR Corvettes, C6, C7s, and C8s.
1, go. 30 seconds.
And we're getting to the end of heat number 2 of 13. Mark led that heat with 28.59 laps. Blake was only 0.03 of a lap back, so they basically ran the same number of laps. Fast lap goes to Mark at 6.25, followed by Blake at 6.26, so they were dead even pretty much for that heat. Coming in now is Donnie. This being a round robin, everybody will start from where they finished, but the driver coming in, Donnie, will start from the start-finish line.
Attention, 1 minute left.
30 seconds till the start of this heat. Looks like Kiwi Mike's giving Farley some advice before this heat. Kiwi, what did you tell Farley?
I asked him if he needed some help.
Oh, just ask him if he needed help.
3, 2, 1, go. About a minute into this race, and Mark and Blake are running neck and neck for the lead in this heat. Mark with a 6.2, Blake with a 6.3. Paul Hendricks is having a good run out of the white lane, being chased by Donnie in the green lane, going over the lap counter, around the donut, down the straightaway. Paul's getting his car really sideways at the kink, right about there. It's hard to see maybe on the video, but there's about a 10 or 15 degree kink right in the middle of that middle straightaway. But they're battling it out. See him going around sweeper to the start finish line and down the straightaway. Traded the lead 2 or 3 times on that lap. Here comes Mark to go by them. Mark's leading this heat on the orange lane and the bright red P68. But all the cars are really getting sideways going through that kink. heat 3 of 13.
In the stint, please change lanes.
28 for Mark, 28 for Blake in that heat. Blake coming out on top by about a third of a lap. Jerry Campos is coming in for his first time on green. Jerry won the first qualifying heat. Wasn't enough laps to move him up to the semi, so he's in his last chance qualifier. On deck is longtime HO racer Sean Lee. He has a track, two HO tracks in his garage in Roseville, California, just north of Sacramento, and we race there about every other Tuesday night.
Attention, 1 minute.
Just say that. Guys that already in action. Did you do 3 stints? Half? I think we won 60.
And here we go for heat number 4 in this 13 car round robin.
1, go.
Like Mark Perkins is on the white lane. He's been really fast, but he was down there adjusting his controller. So now the car's getting up to speed. Oh, Mark's got a problem. Not sure what he was adjusting, but looked like he was tightening a wheel on the car in the white lane. Oh, he's back in. Mark was in the last chance qualifier at the Revo race and made it through to the semifinals. Doesn't look like it's going to happen today. Mechanical issue of some kind. Fast lap is Donnie on blue at 6.33, Jerry at 6.39. Leader in this heat is Donnie on blue, followed by Blake. And Donnie has it off. Talk about the cars in this race, the P68 being the predominant car or the dominant car. Here in Northern California, a lot of people are running the Apex, True Speed Apex controllers. There's 12 different dials on them, so there's a lot of adjustments. It's become a very popular controller. Blake now has moved into the lead of the heat with 25 laps. Donnie just turns 25, and we've got 15 seconds to go. Sean Lee is on deck and he's waiting. I can see him in the background. Wave to the camera, Sean.
Are you able to see with one of the screens, like who just started in green, what the total number is? Does it have that?
Jerry just finished green and he had 26 laps.
No, but like, okay, I'm coming in like the third person to come in, so someone's already done.
I can't tell that.
You can't, it doesn't tell that?
Well, I can't, I don't know how to pull the
Yeah, that's what I was just.
We're using a new software here at Motown, not for the first time, but fairly new. It's not new for slot car tracks because this is pretty much the standard software used by most of the big racetracks. But we've been using it here for about 4 or 5 months now, I think. And so a lot of people aren't quite familiar with everything else. You see it on the screen, the lanes that are blinking. You see Blake, Sean blinking now. That's the lane the driver is going to. All the data that's left on the screen is what he just did. So it shows you what you did in that heat, as well as what lane you're going to. So Sean is coming in on green. Jerry in green ran 26 laps in that heat with a fast lap of 6.394. Hopefully we got some of our friends from Southern California watching this event. Hope you can come up next time. We've got Todd Olery here representing Southern California. He is already in the semi-main. I think he's in my semi-main. So.
2, 1, go.
I know a lot of you that have been up here from Southern California know that this is a really sticky track and it's a little tough to get a handle on, but going to this spec tire for all the big races, it looks like we're going to be going to this spec tire for most of our classes from now on. Will make it a lot easier for out-of-towners and people that have never been here before to get a handle on the track. I realize that's been a problem in the past, but we're trying to reduce that as much as possible. The spec tire we're running is very similar to the gray tire if you've seen it from NSR, but it's a specific tire for Motown Raceway. It's the same compound, but it's molded in a dark gray. If you're watching it on YouTube or even in person, they look black because they're very, very close to the standard tire. But when you put them side by side with a black tire, it's very easy to tell. So that's how we check whether you're running the actual spec tire or not. And it's available exclusively through Motown Raceway. When you entered the race, you got one set of tires included with your entry, and then you could buy extra sets if you needed them.
Track. 3, 2, 1, power.
And I'm not sure if he's listening or not, but maybe some people from Southern California are down there, but this is a challenge from me. Marco, you need to race here. I know you're a great racer, I've seen you race, but I know you don't race much at Electric Greens, if any, so you can come up here and race, and that's a challenge.
Attention, 1 minute.
Yellow went through. Farley, you're right here.
You okay? Where'd it come off?
He was under. He was under the bridge. Well, he landed under the bridge. So
Hold up.
put him
Talk
back.
about this beginning of the race.
Put him back to where he stopped. Put him under the bridge, or right before the bridge, so you can see the car. Yeah.
And then
I don't-
manual lap correction. What we're doing, giving him the benefit of the 8 feet.
Who was it?
And he's on green. So
Give me the money.
green, right there. Plus.
That-
Boom. Yep. Okay. And just say okay. Say okay at the bull. Okay. First time we've encountered that, but that's what we're trying to do.
Okay, here we go.
3, 2,
If you didn't see that, a car came off before the lap counter and skipped it, so he didn't get his lap, but he traveled about 6 or 8 feet. A club race, we just usually put him behind the counter so he gets his lap, but where every foot counts, we're leaving him where he was and then manually putting that lap in, so he gets credit for the lap and the actual distance he traveled. It's the more accurate way to do it. Sometimes, like I said, in club races, it's not practical to do it all the time, but for a race like this, we feel like we should do it the actual correct way. In this software, you just stop it, hit manual lap correction, and hit plus for the lane, and then the cash register sound goes off, and that driver gets that lap.
in the stint. Please change lanes.
They're closed on Sunday. Normally I pay them first, except for. Again, when they raise them. Oh, there you go.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
What's the, for cars that rotated out, but I have one more heat to go?
Yeah.
Can I roll them and? that's
Yeah,
it?
just put it back in impound, and yeah.
Yeah.
They're using those spots. Vehicles that are working. Because they're actually
Attention, 1 minute left.
And like I was saying, I said, that's a good idea. You know, and you want to do it right now. You want it to be worked on. You don't want to take it. It's so convenient. You know, you can just. Oh man, this has one. Sorry.
30 seconds.
Yeah, they're so. They're funny.
Okay, this is heat number 6, so we're almost halfway through this race.
They need
I need somebody here.
better staff.
What's that? Doesn't look great. I haven't seen him in a long time. Is there? Seen him a little down on it.
3, 2, 1, go.
You can see now that we're in a round robin. Mike O'Donnell is in first with 25 laps over second, and that's because Mike's run an extra segment or an extra heat compared to the rest of the field. I think Mike's going to be the first one to actually finish all 6 lanes. So he will be the leader in the clubhouse, so to speak, and everybody will be out to shoot for that lap total to try to beat it. Top 2 from this, the top 2 lap totals in this round robin, then we'll advance to the semi-main. So in this format of racing, which we're using here, we used it pretty much at the Revo slot race last year. You have 3 chances to move up to the semi. Qualify first or second, be in the top 8 in the heats, or be in the top 2 in the last chance qualifier. So it's giving everybody a realistic chance. Even if you have a slight bobble or something happens, you can still make the semis and then move up to the A main.
Here we go.
Kid,
Three,
fast.
2, 1, go.
And you get twice as much racing for your money. You get a minimum of 2 heats if you make the semi out of the heats, or if you have to go to the last chance. So everybody's going to get to run a minimum of a qualifier and 2 races, or heat races, so to speak. If you really want to maximize your dollar, you do poorly in the heats, go to the last chance, go to the semi, advance to the main. So you actually run 4 mains in the day, or heat races and mains in the day. And that has happened. It happened in the Revo race. I remember driver had a bad heat race, went to the last chance qualifier, went to the semi, and moved up to the A main. That was Mark Perkins, also known as Asian Beijing. He had some problems in this heat, so he's not going to be moving up today. Donnie in the yellow lane's leading this heat.
3, 2,
He's about a lap ahead of everybody in this individual heat. On the yellow lane, running the Ford GT, custom painted. It was interesting. We had a concourse yesterday, and we only allowed cars in the concourse that were custom painted. Standard liveries out of the box were not allowed, and more than, I think, like 70% of the cars are custom liveries. So people have taken the time and effort to paint their own cars.
10 seconds. Track code.
Oh, really?
3, 2, 1, go.
And that's the end of heat number 6. One of the other reasons for painting your own cars is weight is the enemy of racing. So when you're racing, you want the lightest car possible. And the white kits, which you have to paint yourself, tend to be a gram or so lighter than the pre-painted or liveried kits. So everybody's looking for that last tenth or half a gram. So that's one of the reasons for running a non-liveried car. Okay, I don't know how to do it, so yeah. I don't know how to do it in the middle of a race, or we should just wait to the end.
So at the end,
What are you talking? I have no idea. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm just telling you, I didn't get my lap. Derek saw it in blue. Yeah. So you're gonna plus it
In that heat or when?
in that heat.
At the end of the heat, or I'm not. Okay. It was on blue?
Blue, yeah.
Won't let you do it until the heat starts.
Okay, and then he's not on blue. He's not on blue anymore, so I'm going to leave it for right now. We'll do it afterwards. So
30 seconds.
When it starts, our gem +1 purple.
is he on purple? Okay. Okay. Will the heat will still keep running, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Final up there.
Ian. I'm going to be leaving you now, and the popular Ian Douglas is going to come up in the microphone. By the way, I'm Jim Rose. I'm with NorCal Slot Car Scene, so you'll see some videos coming up on this race the next few days. So check out NorCal Slot Car Scene, and I'm going to leave it with Ian Douglas.
Sir?
right. We are back. Heat 7 out of 13. This is the bump heat. I'm going to pull up the live chat here, just in case you guys ask any questions. Got 17 people watching. Thanks for tuning in. All right, Bentley, you're on deck. Bentley's on deck. All right, your heat leader is Donnie with 13, followed by Ryder with 13. Now Jerry and Sean 13. You guys be shooting for 28 laps of heat.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Second control.
Hey, how wide is each spot for the pit tables? Separated by.
I think it's 36 inches.
So it's like 20 by 36?
Probably something like that. I can go double check.
All right, that's a heat, drivers. Ryder with 28.5 on green. That's what to shoot for. Donnie 27.99.
Zone correction. Okay. 71.
We'll do that each heat.
33 and a half, 32.
See you in March.
Sounds good. I look forward to it.
33 and a half, 32.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
All right, we got Donnie on white, Bentley coming in on green, Jerry orange, Ryder blue, Sean yellow, John purple. Yes, Frankie Sean got his lap.
Frankie's watching?
Yeah, shout out to Frankie.
No. Need my crew chief here.
Your crew chief,
Yeah,
my crew chief.
The
I'll,
crew
I'll
chief.
fight you for him.
Well, that's good, that's good. I mean, last night,
Happens to be race history. Race history. All right, 30 seconds to go.
30 seconds.
Remember, your goal is to get as many laps as possible. You are not racing the guy next to you. All right, 10 seconds. So Ryder is one of the young guns, as I mentioned earlier today. He's very, very fast. He's just starting to figure out how to make his cars go quickly. So he's kind of the young gun. John, your early heat leader with 4, followed by Donnie with 4. Donnie running one of the GT40 Mark 1s, one of the few GT40 Mark 1s out there, self-painted in a beautiful candy apple red with white racing stripes. going down the straightaway right now on white. Coming around the carousel, down the hill. Oh, getting a little sideways there. Oh, wow, super sideways through the kink. These cars do get a bit sideways through the kink. I always blip the kink, no matter what lane, just to settle the car down. Some people do not like to do that. All right, 1 minute down, 2 minutes to go. Your heat leader is Ryder on blue with 10 laps, followed by Jerry 10 laps, then Donnie 10 laps. Now Ryder with 11, Jerry 11. Ryder, the fastest car on the track with an early 5.975, backing up with a 6.48. So fast, but not super consistent right now. Now he pulls off another 6.08. 130 down, 130 to go. Your heat leader is Ryder with 17 laps now. Coming down the straightaway on blue lane. He's in the P68. Oh, got a quick track call for 2 cars off.
3, 2, 1, go.
I'll read off some lap times here. So Donnie with a fast time of 6.48. Bentley fast time 6.68. Jerry 6.48. As I said, Ryder fastest car of the heat 5.97. Sean 6.9. John Wilbur 6.5. I'm guessing Sean's got a little bit of a mechanical issue here. So we got 30 seconds left in this heat. This is heat 8 of 13. Derek, you are on deck. Donnie, you'll be coming out after this. And I didn't mean come out of the slot there. All right, Ryder gonna come by for 29 this time. It's going to be a good heat. That's an excellent heat by Ryder. 29.02 on blue lane. All right, Jerry, you're going to white. Derek coming in on green. Sean to orange. Bentley to blue. John to yellow. Ryder to purple.
Donnie, what number is that too?
And Donnie, I need a zone correction for you. All right.
What's going on, Sean?
Tires just loose.
Yeah, Sean's definitely got some mechanical issues here. That car looks a lot worse than it did earlier. 130 down, 130 to, or sorry, 30 seconds down, 130 to go. And Donnie's going to finish with 160. I don't know if that's going to be good enough to make it into the semi. Could be on the lower side. 1 minute. So let's see how Ryder's doing right now. So how many heats has Ryder done?
That's a second.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
29 is pretty good.
No, so he's averaging, so Ryder's averaging 28.5, which is going to be right on the cutoff. So he's going to need to put in some 29 lap heats here.
30 seconds.
The headlight that came out.
I issued Marco a challenge. Marco, if you're out there listening or somebody's going to be talking to you, you better come up here and race the next race.
Oh, man. Uh-oh. But who's going to build his car? Oh, shots taken to Marco.
Todd, he's in trouble.
Todd, yes. Todd's building the car. All right, Bauer's coming on. All right, this is heat 9 of 13. This is the bump heat at the NSR Classic Cup, sponsored by Professor Motor. you are on deck. You're coming in. And Jerry will come out after this heat. Alright, so your early heat leader is Sean with 7, followed by a bunch of other 7s. Ryder with 7 now as well. Sean with 8. I'll read off some lap times here. Jerry with a fast lap of 6:7.9. Not a track call. We got Derek with 6.43 on green. Sean running 6.6s on orange. Bentley 6.9 on blue. John 6.5 on yellow. And Ryder 6.0 on purple. So Ryder's just got to keep it clean. Ryder coming down the straightaway now. But your heat leader is Derek and John tied side by side on green and yellow. They're coming down the straightaway right now. Both red cars, P68s. People are starting to make some errors here. A lot of guys running the white chassis today. I've even seen a couple green chassis cars, which is very stiff. You know, we've had some experiences with the green chassis being very brittle and snapping sometimes. So it's kind of a trade-off there. I mean, I'm personally running a black chassis, but a lot of guys running the white chassis today. All right, heat 9 out of 13, 10 seconds to go. Your heat leaders, John and Derek. Now Ryder. That's going to be a heat. Change them, drivers. Sean goes to white, Dale to green, John to orange, Derek to blue, Ryder to yellow, Bentley to purple. Paul Hendricks, you are on deck. Jerry, I need your zone correction. Jerry, where did you finish?
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Who finished on the floor? What number is that?
0.
Attention, 1 minute.
Close to a 28, John.
All right, 45 seconds to go.
We got it on record, right?
Yeah.
We got Sean on white, Dale green, John orange, Derek blue, Ryder yellow, Bentley purple. This is heat 10 out of 13. All right, again, you're shooting for 29 laps of heat. Oh man, Mark Pollard in the chat now. Trouble. We got 19 folks watching live. You watch your race. You focus. All right, as they come around, Ryder's your early leader. All right, 30 seconds down, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, sorry.
What? Having fun. Yeah. Use the pace car.
All right, 1 minute down, 2 minutes to go. Your heat leader is Ryder on yellow with 11, followed by John Wilbur on orange with 11. Now Dale and Derek side by side with 11. Bentley with 10, Sean Lee with 9.
I like that sound.
Almost a 5.8 from Ryder.
Yeah, Ryder is crushing it with a 5.901 on yellow. That's the fastest car on the track. Second fastest car is John, 6.324. Derek, 6.39. Sean, 6.996. Bentley, 6.986. Approaching 1 minute. Looks like we got Mark Pollard spamming the chat right now. 3 back-to-back responses. Somebody give that guy something to do. Uh-oh, no, now Braden's gonna jump into the chat.
I've got to see what he said.
All right, 40 seconds. Ryder leading the heat, 24. Oh, just made a mistake.
Three, two, one, go.
How many messages you gonna do? 3 whole messages in a row? I answered everybody that sent them. Yeah, from a while ago.
All right, just under 10 seconds. Finish strong.
I can answer as many times as I want.
All right, that's it. Change them.
Right in front of Farley.
Can I get the zone correction for Sean, please? Hey, Blake? Blake, can I get the zone correction for Sean? What's the number behind him? Thank you, sir. All right, John to white. Paul is in on green. Ryder to orange. Dale blue. Bentley yellow. Derek purple. Ryder with 28.6 that heat. That's going to be a strong lap total.
We have people from Tasmania online?
We did earlier.
Yeah, we might still have.
Should
Yeah, we're up to
Braden get a
20.
-1 lap per lane handicap for racing on his own track? That's asked by one of the people.
I already answered that, and I do believe that Braden should get -1 lap per heat.
At least.
At least.
At least.
Frankie, did Sean get his lap? Yes.
Viewers want to know what kind of hair product Braden is using? None. Natural.
I would voodoo. I would rub it
Calm
and
drops.
see, but I'm not
Voodoo
gonna-
calm drops.
Voodoo calm drops.
His hair product of choice.
Voodoo calm drops.
Followed by drag glue.
Put your hand, slap it in the drag end glue.
You're watching the NSR Classics Cup, sponsored by Professor Motor at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. Beautiful Central Valley of California.
I issued Marco a challenge before.
Yes, we've issued Marco a challenge, and Marco has not responded, so take that for what it's worth. 15 seconds.
He's busy getting it ready for next week's grand reopening.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, he could come here easily and race. Dirt marshals. He doesn't have to be. He doesn't have to be the race promoter here. So.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
He can just be his natural self.
All right, we're in heat 11 of 13. There's 3 more heats. Remember, you are racing yourself. The goal here is to get as many laps as possible so that you can advance to the semifinals. The top 2 will be moving on. marshaling there. Professor Motor is in the house, Frankie, but Professor Motor also isn't in the house. It's a tricky question. He's here in spirit. All right, 130 down, 130 to go. Your heat leader is on the orange lane. Coming across the timing loop right now with a fast lap of 6:010. He is 1.5 laps ahead of the field here. So Ryder 18, now Derek 17. Who's going to be the next to 17? Dale, then followed by Paul. Then Bentley and John. Bill Outlaw says, hey guys, looking good there. Thank you very much, Bill. Really appreciate you watching. And I'm glad that, glad we can put on a good show. We are doing our best. 6 months ago, we had 1 camera. Before that, we had 0 cameras. So this is all new stuff. This is the first time we've streamed live with multi-cameras, and we have a hot mic in the commentator booth or the race director booth. So I appreciate all you guys watching. Feel free to offer suggestions if you want. If the audio sucks, if the race commentator sucks, you tell me. I will let Mark know that he needs to fire me. 10 seconds to go. Paul there with a little bobble, going straight into the wall. And that's going to be a heat. All right, John, I need that zone correction. Thank you very much. All right, so John's going to finish with 154.2. Ryder goes to white, Mark Perkins to green, Bentley to orange, Paul blue, Derek yellow, Dale purple. All right, and Mark was doing really well. Mark had a technical issue there where his gear was kind of jamming into the bushing, and he bound up, and it cost him about 10 laps. So he was in a good spot to potentially win this bump heat. And unfortunately, he had some bad mechanical issues. All right, 1 minute down, 1 minute to go.
Attention, 1 minute.
Can you tell me what the last 2 numbers are on my lap count? I think I came off at 60. I can't tell. Oh. Yeah, I can't tell. Sorry. Not like it matters.
30 seconds.
All right, 30 seconds. Heat 12 of 13. It's Ryder white, Mark Perkins green, Bentley orange, Paul blue, Derek yellow, Dale purple.
Turn marshal over here.
All right, guys, we need 1 turn marshal, please.
3, 2, 1.
So for people watching that have not seen this before, the beep means that the driver has set a personal best. So every time they beep, that means they've gone a little bit faster than their last best lap. And a little bit of history, I don't know if Jim has mentioned this, but this track is, I think, about 35 years old. It was built for Uncle Cal's Raceway in Monrovia, which is down south. Built by Monty Oren, I believe, from Best of the West. And this track has been several places, but it has a really deep, rich history in 124 scale racing, especially in the 90s and early 2000s. A lot of big national events were held on it, and it's become predominantly a 1/32 scale track here at Modesto. It's very technical. It has elevation changes. It's very high grip, and it can be really challenging. The track length is just over 90 feet, I believe, and we've done a lot of renovations to this track, like rebraid it. They've painted it. We've added some lighting, and we are now running the latest track software. So it has continued to be very, very good over the years. All right, just over 1 minute to go. Your heat leader is Ryder on White Lane with 17. This is going to be Ryder's last heat. He's looking like he's in a good spot to get the bump up here. Mark Perkins, 1 lap behind. So first to 20 is Ryder, followed by Derek, and then Mark. Get some lap times called here. So Ryder's running 6:12s on white, Mark running 6:19s on green, Bentley 6:59 on orange, Paul 6:52 on blue, Derek 6:46 on yellow, and Dale 6:50 on purple. We got 20 seconds left in this heat. I got it. Oh, no, we're going to have to... Jerry, can you pick that up and move it backwards, please? Thank you, sir. All right. Power is coming on. Oh.
3, 2, 1, go.
No. Sorry, that was me. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. So we do have a remote track call, which Kathy has right now. So sometimes there can be a little bit of mix-up between the two remotes. All right, Ryder's going to finish with 169.1, which is going to put him in the #1 spot right now. I need zone correction for Ryder, please. 21? Yeah, 21. All right, Ryder's going to be in P1. Great job, Ryder. 169.2. It's a solid lap count. All right, Bentley's going to move to white, Blake to green. This is the last heat, so give it what you got. Derek to orange, Mark blue, Dale yellow, and Paul purple. Shout out to everybody watching on YouTube. This is the NSR Classic Cup, sponsored by Professor Motor at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California, home of American Graffiti and George Lucas. The Central Valley Hollywood, if you will. Not really even close. And Todd is finally out of bed. Good morning, Todd. How was your nap?
Okay.
That was okay, all right. We've issued a challenge to Marco. We told him he should come up for the next race. You would build him a car?
Oh, you said I would build him?
That's what Jim says. Jim said you would build him a car.
I'll build him a car.
Oh,
If he
Todd
actually
confirms.
comes up, I'll build
If
him a
Marco comes up, Todd will build him a car to race. 20 seconds. We need a turn marshal on the donut. This is the last heat, guys.
There are 2.
Okay. Regardless of what happens, you guys are all winners, even if you don't make the bump. I firmly believe that if you're involved in slot cars, you are definitely a winner. Only winners race slot cars.
Totally. Yeah.
Totally.
100%.
any slot car racer will tell you, you have to be a winner to race slot cars.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I've heard a rumor, Todd. I've heard a rumor that we are going to be doing a podcast on YouTube where we talk about how to do things, how to go fast, and race tips. Is that true?
This is news to me.
Whoa, dang. I think maybe we'll call it the spinning pinion?
Yeah.
Does that sound okay? All right, good. It's settled. One of these days we're going to get that off the ground. If either of our partners let us. All right, 1 down, 2 to go. Your heat leader's Mark Perkins, followed by Derek. Mark running 6.27 on blue. Frankie Valles, I second the Marco challenge. We all need to sign a petition to get Marco up here to race.
You need to make sure there's a rule that you have to finish the race.
Yes,
for a track
you
record
do
to
have to
count.
finish the race for the track record to count. I agree.
AKA the Marco rule.
The Marco rule. Wait, I didn't say that. All right, 2 down, 1 to go. Blake is at the top with 155. He's in a good spot to make the bump. Derek 5 back with 155, or 151, sorry.
I will. I'll make sure. You only need 2 more laps. Here we go. I'll make sure. 2, 1, go.
You can't cruise it, but you might be in a good spot. You need like 165. Oh, right or right.
White. Really? Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, 20 seconds left. We'll see how Blake does here. Blake leading the heat, or Mark Perkins leading the heat with 27. 10 seconds to go. And that is a race.
Made it. By 1 lap.
All right, guys, we need some zone corrections, and then we will determine the positions.
Almost at the 165.
All right, Jerry, I need Bentley. It's the one behind him. It's the one behind. Nope, the one behind. It's the position behind him. Yep. You have to exit the zone in completely. All right, Blake.
What color?
I made it.
Green, please.
Green. Who's on green? Who picked their car up from green?
Can I get a zone correction, please?
30 with a question mark. See if it makes a difference.
Okay. Derek on orange. Okay, Mark Perkins on blue. All right, Dale on yellow. 15. Paul Hendricks on purple. 11. All right, let's see how the results stack up. All right, it's going to be Ryder and Blake making the bump. Ryder with a 169. Best time of 5.90. Blake 164.3. Donnie just missing it by 4 laps, 160.1. Derek in 4th, 159. Paul Hendricks in 5th. Jerry 6th. John Wilbur 7th. Mike O'Donnell 8th. Farley 9th. Dale 10th. Mark Perkins 11th. Bentley 12th. And Sean Lee 13th. All right, congratulations to Ryder and Blake. You guys are in the semi.
That's good to see.
Okay, if you're in the semi, you can come up and get your, wait, before you do it, if you take your car out of impound, it will be retech. You can have the option of leaving it impound, and then we're not gonna retech it. So you've got 15 minutes to do anything you want to with it, and then it will be retech.
All right, guys, we're heading into the semis. We got 15 minutes until the race begins. The first semi, we're going to run 2. It is going to be Ian Douglas, Jim Rose, Braden Pollard, Herman James, Larry Stevens, Ted Essie, Mike Stahl, Todd Ullery, Ryder Harold, and Blake Benstrom in a semifinals. Frankie says, great drive, Ryder. I agree wholeheartedly. So we're going to have a 15-minute break here. Don't go anywhere. And hope you guys get a little food. We will be back.
Well, we get another 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Now return your car to the same board if you remember it.
Bentley, leave it alone. Hit it. Where's our heat stickers? Everyone gets a sticker day now.
Like it's in my pocket for like a half hour waiting for you to do it.
Yep, Ryder did very good.
Is it the standard TQ goes to white?
Yeah.
The lane will be assigned. If you name it, you'll get the pick.
Oh, I know why.
These two are being used. I'm being right.
If I'm done, I can take it, correct?
Yes.
Well, now it's the, you're racing for the top 6.
I think it's got to be the other way. Yeah.
I know I'm in the second place. You're in the first group, right?
I think so. I think you said it was even first.
Yeah, even first. So 1, 3.
Just got 5 right now.
So
everybody's looking at their cars. We're gonna do another car giveaway. This car is actually courtesy of Motown. It is a Mercedes-AMG GT3 again, the yellow one. We're gonna draw a name. Ron is gonna pick out one tag, as long as it doesn't say Richard on it, it's legal. Put them both back in. She gave me two. You only give me one. All right. Mr. Kiwi Mike. Mike A. That stands for Mike Andrews, which stands for Kiwi Mike.
No, that H stands for something else.
Anybody needs some black, I'm rubbing it off.
Where were you 20 minutes ago when I did this?
Professor Motor screwdriver. Big John. And again, we'd like to thank Professor Motor for all their work.
No, but this one, you wanted
There you go.
Yeah, it's a lucky spot down
So we're down to the last three cars, which are going to be go to the podium people. I'm sorry, we have one more car to go. We're going to give away now, so the people who may not be able to stay for the semis, finals. This is a slotted Nissan. The car that they race in the nets that tends to win. So it is the red, white, and blue Nissan. I have the tag in my hand. I'm not looking at it yet. Is that one right there? This is courtesy of Professor Motor. Who wants it? Raise your hand. Can't get it? Okay, everybody. Let's see, so, did Paul raise his hand by chance? Okay, then you won, Paul. You raise your hand.
Yay, Paul, let's go.
Yeah, you need one more.
I only had a few cars. I told you that I could rubble for you. Yeah.
It comes with no tires.
Show the Bulls be there.
There you go. I know.
Now we have a box of crap.
I'll take crap.
Box of crap. Come in, there's a chassis for a Formula 1, 86, 89.
Everyone get
Tires
lined
and a
up.
bunch of garbage, so take a couple things, take some for everybody else. Unless you want a car, unless you want two cars.
Unless you want two cars, forget about it.
Hey, Richard. Richard, get in that box.
It's crap.
Get in the box, Jim. Go.
No, it was crap.
I wanna
before
get in
you
there.
got there.
Hey, look what I got. Look what I got. Look what I just got.
6 minutes.
Hey, Mark. That was in the box.
What?
This was in the box.
That was in the box of crap.
I can say, no, it doesn't count.
Yeah, it was worth a try.
Don't forget, we still have some white kid Corvettes up there. And a couple other
Get out of that
Corvettes.
box.
10% off your entire order if you get one of those.
Nothing?
As 6 people have so far. What's up?
No, I just.
Thank you for
Oh, hold on.
Just come that way. Magnetic downforce.
Steel wire.
Everybody's got white stickers on their car.
Clear, you like better than your modified? Absolutely. Third eye.
But then again, I don't know what my new third eye's gonna do.
Oh, I thought you already had the third eye modified.
No, he's doing it. What I do, so here's what you'll see. Meeting part?
On Sunday. On Sunday.
3 minutes, should be back in tech in 3 minutes.
We're done.
I wasn't a fan of you, Carly, not anymore.
Races when? What? So it must have been before 7 o'clock.
I mean, at least they stay on.
That's not too bad.
Then we drove back that day.
Right, but I mean, that's
No, that was the
yeah.
I'm getting ahead of you.
Grapevine.
I did all the traffic order. Only 2, actually 3, that's it. No. Or relief.
Driving around.
Still got a minute and a half.
Racing to go.
Don't forget to come and,
Then we have to take a turn
I was just curious as to, because I know it's. We've never worn that.
We have to make sure the guys that
Yeah.
use it.
Yeah, yeah. I was wondering what you guys do, because I know he doesn't have means to do that.
I mean, for the national.
Did they have a truck on fire for one of the races?
Yeah, the bigger races still have food trucks, but
Yeah.
it's all like fried food.
That's
That's
not
really
being
healthy.
sick. That's not being sick.
It was really good. Sure, it's really good when you don't try
They could have changed their tire.
Still over here. I genuinely thought it doesn't look.
He's late too. Come on, he got it. With 1 second to spare.
Boy, he was stalling.
Oh, come on, that's so old.
Class earlier this year, they said one sticker stripe on the side, white Hey, Mike.
All right, drivers. It
Everyone
is.
who's not in the semi right now is tournament.
Yep, it is semi-final number 1 time.
Yeah, so if you're marshaling to the other semi, do a bad job, because it costs your competitor time to get a picture.
All right, if you are in this, if you are in semifinal number 2, you are turn marshaling, unless your name is Ian.
Almost can't reach that.
All right, we need Mike Stahl turn marshaling. All right, we got Jim Rose on white, Herman James on green, Ted Essie orange, Todd Olery blue, Mike Andrews yellow, Blake Benstrom purple. Yep. All right, drivers, your warm-up is coming on right now. All right, we are at the NSR Classic Cup at Motown, sponsored by Professor Motor. This is semifinal 1. We are now entering, we are in the warm-up. Drivers are using this time to feel out the track, get their controller settings dialed, clean their tires, get their car comfy for the main, or for the semi, sorry. Todd deciding he needs a couple extra laps here. All right, drivers, clean those tires and let's line them up. All right, semi-final number 1. This is the big dogs. Drivers, are you ready? Turn marshals, are you ready? All righty. Let's get ready. Power is coming on.
3, 2, 1, power.
And we are off for semifinal 1. Remember, you are racing the clock, not for position, unless you want to race for position. Oh, Herman with the bobble. All right, let's let them settle down a little bit and we'll get some. All right, 1 minute down. See who the first to 10 is. Jim Rose is the first to 10, followed by Ted Essie. then Todd Olery, then Herman James and Mike Andrews, and Blake coming around right now. So Jim, your early leader, running 5.93 on white. Ted in second, 6.07 on orange, and Todd Olery in third on blue, 6.14. These are 3-minute heats. Top 6 finishers move into the A main.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power.
All right, 130 down, 130 to go. Fastest lap is Jim Rose on white, 5.93, backed up with a 6.06. Jim's car looking pretty good out there, very neutral. Coming to put a lap on Herman. Good clean driving out there. All right, Ted in the second spot on orange. Consistent 6.061. Todd Olery on the same lap as Ted. Ted trying to put a lap down on him. Oh, here comes Ted on Todd. We got 30 seconds left.
3, 2, 1, go. 30 seconds.
All right, just under 30 seconds. Braden, you're on deck. Just kidding. All right, 11 seconds left. Let's keep it clean.
Go. 10 seconds.
Herman's car's looking a little loose here. Seems like he's going to need to clean his tires, but the heat is ending. He's got a nice coast. All right, after the first heat, Jim Rose is your leader, 29.6, followed by Ted Essie with a very respectable 29.0. Third place is Todd Olery, 28.1, followed closely by Herman, 28.0. Oh, I'm sorry, by Mike Andrews. 3 feet behind on yellow, 28.1. Herman, 28.07. It's a 3-way tie for third right there. And then Blake 1 lap back from that battle with 27.
1 minute.
Respectable. Fast lap that heat was Jim with a 5.938. Herman with a 5.964. And Mike Andrews with a 5.999. Herman running the Porsche 917. So during the intermissions, everybody's going to be running or walking over to clean their tires. And even though the track is super sticky, we clean the tires just to make sure that, you know, if it is sticky, it tends to pick up stuff on the tires even more. So these tires are very sticky. So if you look over in the donut right now, you'll see a crazy battle. So that is third, fifth, second, all those cars. That's battling for position right there.
30 seconds.
And pretty much everyone running a P68 except for Herman with that Lego yellow 917. All right, we got 10 seconds. This is semifinal number 1, heat number 2. Jim's trying to figure out how he's going to make his way through that group.
3, 2, 1, power.
Jim coming down the straightaway right now in the green, Kermit Green P68, getting first of 2 laps there. So he's got some nice open space, open air. And the rest of the group here is clustered together, and it's just not bode well for doing your best lap times. It's much easier to do your best laps when you're super far out, just away from everyone. All right, we got almost 30 seconds down. Jim coming up on that lead group. Your leader on green lane, clicking off 36 laps now, followed by Ted Essie with 35. And then Mike Andrews, Herman James, and Todd Olery with 35. They're all battling. Blake 1 lap back from that, 34. Fastest car on the track right now is Jim, 5.82. But Mike Andrews, the second fastest car, 5.96. Oh, that is your leader. Todd taking out Jim. He says, take that, NorCal. Todd looks a little uncomfortable after that one. He's struggling a little bit on purple right now. So you kind of have to change your brake settings for each lane a little bit. So like purple and white require a little bit more brake than green, orange, and blue and yellow. So you kind of adjust a little bit each heat. And sometimes it can catch you out a little bit, especially if you have a true speed controller. You have to really like look down and feel it out and see where your brake is. But Jim is your leader here, comfortably in the lead, but not super comfortable. I'd say he's probably just pacing it. His car looks exceptional right now. Super well balanced, not too stuck, not too loose. Very smooth. I'd say Herman's car looks a little on the loose side. Let's see how Ted's car's looking. Ted's looking pretty good, a little loose, particularly in that kink there. I'd say Ted is probably driving a little conservative. All right, 40 seconds. Your leader is Jim Rose on green lane with 53 now, followed by Herman James now in the 2 spot, 52. Ted Essie in third, 52. Fourth place is Mike Andrews now, 52. Todd Olery, 52. Blake, 51. It's still anyone's race. Oh, and Blake with the turtle. And he gets a little poor marshaling there. It's going to cost him about a lap. Oh, and Todd Olery comes off in the carousel here. It's going to cost him a half a lap. All right, Jim Rose, 30 laps on green lane. Herman, 29.77. Those are strong laps. All right, it's Jim, 59. Herman, 57.7. And then Ted, 57.5. Fourth place is Mike Andrews, 57 flat. Fifth place, Todd, 56.1. And Blake in sixth, 55 flat.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
We got 22 people watching live. Thank you guys for watching. Coming to you from Modesto, California. Home of graffiti nights. American Graffiti, sorry. American Graffiti. George Lucas. And incredible slot car racing. We like to say if you can win at Motown, you can win anywhere, because the level of competition here is really, really good. We got multiple national champions.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Herman James alone, 15 national championships in 124 scale. Herman says, hey, Lisa. All right, 40 seconds. All right, time to take a deep breath. 20 seconds left. This is heat 3? Heat 3?
Yes, it's heat 3.
Computer says heat 15.
6.
All right, here we go, guys.
3, 2, 1, go.
right, 1 minute down. 1 minute down. 2 minutes to go. Your leader's on blue lane, Jim Rose. 69 laps now, coming down the straightaway in that Kermit Green car on blue. Ted Essie's back into second place. Coming by the start-finish line right now. And Herman back into the 3 spot. Herman and Ted still on the same lap. Todd Ullery 1 lap back from that battle for 3rd. Mike Andrews is tied with Todd Ullery on yellow and white. And then Blake, one lap back from those two. Fastest car on the track is Jim, 5.728 on the blue lane. Looking to extend his lead. He's still only 2.5 laps ahead, which is not comfortable. 2 laps ahead.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Oh, Blake with the off here up in the carousel. Oh, car on the straightaway.
Here we go.
All right, 45 seconds.
2, 1, hit it.
Todd letting Jim by there.
30 seconds.
Jim coming down into the infield, down the start finish line, now down the straightaway. Jim's definitely the fastest car on the track with 5.72. Backed it up with a 5.77. Let's see what he does this time around. 5.74.
10 seconds.
Todd looks like he's having some trouble around 6.2s. All right. That's a heat. Change them. All right, Jim with another 30-lap run. 30.3 on blue. Herman with 29.75. That's going to be solid on purple. And then Ted, 29.6 on green. The top 3 are Jim, Herman, Ted. Ted and Herman are battling side by side. They're 10 feet apart. They are up in the top section of the track. Green and purple.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
How's it going, Jim? Jim says it's going so-so.
Knock off.
All right, 1 minute, 10 seconds. All right, Jim now has a 2 3/4 lap advantage over Herman. Jim going to purple. That is his lane. There is his name tag on it. Herman going to yellow. So they're going to be side by side, first and second. Ted's going to be on blue. So the top 3 are going to be blue, yellow, purple. Todd in 4th, going to go to orange. 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
So Blake still within striking distance of Mike Andrews. 2 laps back from Mike Andrews in 5th. And then Mike Andrews is 1 lap back from Todd. Todd 1 lap back from that battle for 3rd. So still anyone's race.
Three, 2, 1, power.
All right, Braden, please watch your corner. All right, first to 5 is Herman, then Ted, then Jim. Ted and Herman tied side by side-ish on blue and yellow. Herman just ahead. Your leader coming down the straightaway on purple lane. Coming up to put another lap on Herman. 1 down, 2 to go. Mike Andrews making a little mistake there in the carousel. It's going to get him out of that group, which might be good. Jim's coming up on Herman there, going down the straightaway. Herman is going to gently let him by in the carousel. Jim, the only one on the track, running 5.7s. All right, it's Jim Rose on purple, 5.74. His fast lap of the day on purple. Jim 103, Herman 100, Ted 100, Todd 99, Mike Andrews 97, Blake 95. Your leader coming down the straightaway, running consistent 5.8s, 5.78 that time. Herman running 6.0s, 5.93 that time for Herman. Ted running 5.98. So Ted finding some speed here. He's trying to make a move on Herman.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Ted's looking really comfortable out there. His car is a little loose, but he's making it work. So Herman's coming down the straightaway right now in the yellow Porsche 917. Now Ted's coming down the straightaway. I'd say Ted's pulling him in just a little bit. Shout out to everybody watching. We got 24 people watching live. We're at the NSR Classic Cup, sponsored by Professor Motor at Motown Raceway. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching us. Encourage you to subscribe and like this video. And we'll bring you some more races as the year goes on. We've got some big races coming up. A lot of our guys travel to Electric Dreams, so check out that YouTube channel too, Electric Dreams Slot Cars. All right, that's a heat. Jim with 31 that heat, 31.01. He got a little bit more than that. He's in the donut. Herman 30, Ted 30, Todd 29.6, Mike Andrews 29, and Blake 28. I'll show you what the spread of the track is there. Purple is clearly the fastest lane, the shortest lane. White is clearly the longest.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
So Jim really stretching out his lead here. We got Jim 120. Closest car is Herman 116.5. So Jim's extending his lead now 3.5 laps. Ted and Herman side by side basically for second place. And then Todd is 2 laps back from the battle for third. And 1.5 laps ahead of Kiwi Mike Andrews. And he is 3 laps ahead of Blake.
Look at their order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, straight up.
You know what we need, guys? We need a TV on the back of that TV, don't we?
Yes, we do.
God, we need more TVs.
I have it already. I
30
just didn't
seconds.
have time to put it up.
30 seconds.
No, just behind that one, for you guys.
I think the TVs could be bigger. I think they could be 75 inches.
All right, I'm in. Let's go. How quickly they change.
This is Motown Raceway, where we invest all of our money in TVs.
That's right.
10 seconds.
Be on auction.
3, 2, 1, power.
All right, let's let them get up to speed here, and we'll get some heat leaders. And Blake coming off in the donut there. It's going to cost him another half a lap. How are the cars looking right now? Let's see. Blake's car looks pretty good. A little slow down the straightaway. Todd's car is looking pretty good. Maybe just driven a little tentatively. All right, so some early times here. Jim already in the 5.9s, 5.915, but backing up with a 5.99. Herman also in the 5.9s, 5.97. Todd 6.22 on white. Blake 6.28 on green. Herman now in 5.89 on orange. Mike Andrews 6.05. Jim Rose 5.91. Ted Essie 6.07. Todd needs to find a little pace here to catch up with Ted. He's 2 laps behind. Ted is about a half a lap behind Herman. Herman in that bright yellow 917 coming across the start finish now, and then down the straightaway now. And then Kiwi Mike Andrews is in blue, and he's driving the orange Porsche 917. I think I missed that earlier. I didn't realize that he was running a 917. Let's see, Ted is on purple. Ted's running the P68 in the shimmery blue. Herman's coming up to put a lap on Ted. And Herman's coming by, put a lap on Ted here. So there he goes. So it's going to be Jim 140, 141 now. Stretching his lead over Herman, 138. Ted 138 now. So Herman's about a lap and a half, a lap ahead of Ted. Ted is 2 laps ahead of Todd. They are side by side. "30 seconds. What she said. So before this race, all the guys had about 15 minutes to work on our cars. That included maybe like re-gluing tires, oiling, just kind of making sure everything was good. Nobody really changes anything substantial, but just to do a once over to make sure that the cars are good to go in the next heat. And that's a heat, drivers. All right, Jim with another solid 30. He's putting himself in a good spot here. Herman with 30.7. That's going to be a good total on orange. Todd with 29.2. Ted 29.3. Mike Andrews 28.9. Blake 28.6. Herman to white, Todd to green. Jim to orange, Blake to blue, Ted to yellow, Mike Andrews to purple.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
All right, 1 minute. All right, Jim's got a 3.5 lap lead over Herman. Herman going to the white lane. And Jim going to the orange lane. So Jim's going to probably extend his lead here. Ted going to yellow. Pick up the pace.
30 seconds.
All right, 20 seconds.
Lose a 10th average real quick coming out.
Todd doing the math in his head there. Don't worry, Todd. We'll have a race recap on our podcast.
When he took me out,
He learns from the best. He learns from the best. Power's coming on.
2, 1, go.
I'd say this is one of the highest quality fields of racers we have in Northern California. Like I said earlier, got a lot of national titles here in this heat. Herman pulling the weight on most of them. All right, early times. Jim on orange, 5:8:1. But Braden's time during the last qualifier was 5:6:6. We got some debris on the track here. We're gonna clean up.
Yep, right under your hand. Also, just that.
Oh, a cup.
Somebody lost a cup.
Motor pod cup.
Well, we got somebody who lost a motor pod nut. So it'll be interesting. It could have been maybe a race before. Oh, Blake looks like he's going to say it is. You got Jim there in the screen on orange lane. About to take off. And there he goes.
That was you, Arden. No, that was screw something on the truck.
All right, I think this is the last heat, is it not? So the lap time, the lap counts do not count towards anything other than this race. So we're gonna take the semifinal lap totals, and they will be their own sort of combined total. If that makes any sense. Jim's coming by Blake there. Jim kind of on a victory lap cruise down. All right, your leaders on orange. Jim, 165 now, coming down the straightaway. In that Kermit green P68. It's not easy being green. All right, so let's find some battles here. The closest battle on the track, it's pretty spread out. We got Jim first, Herman second, Ted third. There's 1.5 laps minimum between everyone. 1 minute to go. Remember, don't touch your cars. We need zone corrections afterwards. It's Jim 177, followed by Herman 173, Ted 172, Todd 170, Mike Andrews 168, and Blake 164. 165 now. So it's getting some separation. That's going to be it right now. That's the end of the race. Oh. Are we changing lanes?
Yeah, it said change lanes.
Interesting. Braden? Braden?
It's still counting down, too.
I know, I'm waiting.
Okay. He's on.
I don't know why it's...
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Why is it still going?
Yep. Yeah.
It's doing an intermission. Yeah, do the zone correction.
Yep. All right, we're gonna do some zone corrections here.
Anybody burn anything up, just so I know?
Something's burning.
How about the fact that Thomas is over there melting plastic into a car?
Yeah, that's probably it.
All right, let's get some zone corrections.
White.
Herman. On white.
Yeah, Herman.
What is your car behind? 32?
I'm sorry, 31.
Yeah, it's usually the one behind. Okay. Todd on green.
Well, now you can't smell.
Todd on green.
Todd?
Todd on green.
That one.
79.
79.
All right, Jim on orange. 13. Thank you. Blake. It's the number behind the car. 18? Then it's the number behind the car. Okay. All right, Ted.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
Okay, 18.
Good. It's 65.
That's 65.
All right, and Mike,
Thanks, Mike.
you are 62? Okay. All right, cool. Let's go result. All right.
I'd print that, and we might need to.
Set it up?
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries.
I'll do a chop chop.
All right, so it's going to be 180 to beat by Jim. Herman 176 in second. Ted 174 in third. Todd fourth 172. Mike Andrews 170. And Blake 166.
So the top 3 in each one go, right?
No,
I am
it's
stepping away.
Top 6 overall.
Top 6.
I don't know why it's doing that. I might just clear, since we have this paper.
Take that to your mama.
Yeah, it's messed up right now, and it's
16 or whatever.
It's doing this, so I think I'm just gonna delete it all, and then just put, since we have your numbers,
Input them
and I'll just input our heat, and then
I don't care what you do.
it'll be up there. But we know what you got.
Yeah, we have the results.
We know,
written down.
so because, or what is it? I don't know what it's gonna. Because it's still saying you're going back in on white, so
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
So it
clear.
must have been set in like 2 rotations or something, or
Something like.
anyway. Yeah, just whatever you need to do.
Yeah, so we have your laps, so we'll just delete everyone.
Start over.
Yeah. Larry. Richard Freeman.
We all kept our positions like last just close enough where an office would make it interesting. Everybody's too scared to go fast.
Okay.
Knowing that there's somebody behind you. Somebody from second or like fifth all of a sudden. I'm like, what? One crack? Well, it was a set of 3 cracks. But yeah, it was one. No. Anybody missing pod screws, I guess? No, they found the screw. Oh yeah, I hit it down here. Oh, you did? Yeah, I smacked it. Richard thought I was sparking. I'm like, no, I'm not sparking. I hit a screw. What was it?
Oh yeah, come on. Okay. Lunch, chop chop.
Okay, the first semi is over, and those of you out there watching on YouTube, thanks for watching. We've got second semi, and then the main event. We're getting ready to run semi number 2, and the main event will happen about 15 minutes or so after the end of semi number 2. Lineup. Top qualifier, Ian Douglas. Fastest out of the heats, Braden Pollard. Larry Stevens in third, Mike Stahl, Richard Freeman, and our youngest driver, Ryder Harold. The heats for this, the heat lineup is set by the computer. White always is the top qualifier, and then on down the line. Hey, Frankie. I see you second the Marco Challenge, and great job to Ryder. So thanks all you guys out there for watching. Wish you could be here, Frankie. There was only one green car in the semi, so I didn't have to watch your car. My car is also a green, painted eerily similar to Frankie's.
Okay, let's line them up. We ready to go? We'll see what these guys can put up. I thought the track was a little slower, or at least my car felt like it's a little slower, so we'll see. 180 laps that I did in the first heat, or first semi to win that. I think that's probably good for third. We'll have to wait and see. I should just put the hex on Braden and Ian. We'll see how that works. Doesn't work often.
We wish those you're either racing or you're marshaling.
Donnie, I may need your help up here. Put it on overtime and put it on Mark's bill. It's on Mark's bill and mark it for overtime. I'll sign off on it. I'm not sure. I think I know what to do, but I don't want to screw it up.
Oh, just
start to warm up and all that stuff. We're doing a 1 minute.
I don't know, I think where Ted is, there's a lot of activity over there compared to here.
So I need a turn marshal in the hole. It's easy. Just click warm up. Do its 1 minute, and after it's 1 minute, get them lined up. Move over to start.
Do you stop the warm up? Or just...
No, it'll stop. It'll kill power.
Is it set for 1 minute?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, is everybody ready? Corner marshals, everybody ready? Here we go, warm up. 1 minute warm up.
The 1 minute warm up, Mark. Nice catch, Mike.
Okay, bring him in. You got about 10 seconds left, so probably want to bring him in.
So power's killed. Come on, Larry! Give him hell, Larry.
Okay, we're lining up for semi number 2. These are qualifiers 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, and something like that. The odd number qualifiers are in this heat. We've got 1 from qualifying, 1 sit out, 4 from the heats, and 1 from the last chance. So we'll get a picture of the starting grid for Mark, and we'll be ready to go.
Should have hit start. Ian's paying more attention to his phone. Getting his music on. Getting his music going.
All right, drivers, look at me. Smile, please. 3, 2, 1, cheese.
Okay, drivers ready. Mike's ready at the start. Here we go.
Here we go. 3,
Move the mouse
2,
down.
1, power.
as expected. Ian and Mark out first and second. Ian and Braden out first and second. 595, 583. $579 for Braden. Larry's running third. Ryder is running fourth. It's like Braden had an off. I'm not sure if that was his fault. I didn't see it. He ran into somebody in traffic. But he did have an off. That puts Ian in the lead. A little past halfway in this heat, still Ian Braden. It's like about a straightaway lead for Ian. Ian is on the white lane, Braden is on the green lane. A little more than straightaway. About half a lap.
Attention, 1 minute left. Track call. 3, 2, 1, go.
See where they're at. With 40 seconds to go. Ian comes by with a 5.9, Braden with a 5.9, so they're holding stationary at that lap.
30 seconds.
Ian with a 5.91, Braden with a 6.0. Now they're both running 4.88, 4.89, so they're very close together. It'll be tough to make up time. 15 seconds to go in the first heat.
10 seconds. Interstint.
Okay, 30 laps a pair for Ian and Braden. According to the computer, it's 2/10 of a lap. Larry stays in third, Richard is in fourth, followed by Harold, Ryder, and Mike Stahl.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
So in the first heat, I being Jim, I ran 180 laps, and they are on a 180 lap pace. They'll probably run a little bit faster because they had that standing start in the first heat. So it looks like they're on pace to be first and second. Third is Larry with 29, so he's right in there for the move up. Fourth is Mike Stahl, and that's going to be tough. He's got a road to go. The lap times from the previous heat, or the first semi, were 180 to win, 176 for second, 174, and 172. So we'll see how it shakes out as the heats go along. In semi number 2 of the NSR Classic Le Mans race from Motown Raceway, sponsored by Professor Motor.
30 seconds.
That's the bell, 10 seconds.
Three, two, one, power.
Ian now goes to green. Braden is on blue. And here comes Braden. Ian with a 5.8, Braden with a 5.7, so he picked up a 10th on that lap. It's just slow but sure. That one off, like I said, I didn't see whether it was Braden's fault or he got collected in somebody else's accident, but that's cost him the lead, and he's slowly chipping away. He's reeling him in right now. Ian with a 5.8, Braden with a 5.7. So about a 10th or less per lap. So he'll catch Ian in about 4 or 5 laps, I think. Ian, being the top qualifier, started on a slower lane, so Braden's got to make a move if he wants to fight for the overall for this. They're in good shape for the semi, so I think at this pace they'll make the semi without any problem, but there's bragging rights. And you want to make a statement for the A. Hey, I'm the fastest. Here they come around the kink, around the counter. Ian with a 5.77, Braden with a 5.70, so another half a tenth. And they're right together, going down the straightaway, through the 90s. Around the carousel, through the lap counter, around the donut, and down the straightaway. So that's the battle for the lead. Ian actually picked up a couple hundredths that time. Running side by side.
Attention, 1 minute left.
They just need to run at that pace. I'm hoping they hit each other and crash each other, so it's good for me, for the guys from the first semi. But they're putting down the laps. 5.7s, 5.7s. Nobody's flinching. Side by side over the lap counter. 30 seconds to go. Braden now with about a 2-foot lead.
Like a winner.
Please change lanes.
31.2 for Ian, 31.2 for Braden, although slightly more. So the margin right now is about 5 feet, Braden to Ian, but Ian's gotten rid of those two. There's not really a slow lane on this track, but the green and white are definitely a little bit slower. There's not one of those lanes that's just so slow, like nothing against the track. It's just tracks are tracks. The red lane at Electric Dream and some of the other tracks around, one is significantly slower.
1 minute.
White on this track is probably the slowest, but not by a huge amount. So we'll see what happens going into heat number 3. Run down the overall. It's Braden, Ian, Larry, Richard, Ryder, and Mike.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Fairly close for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Mike's a ways back. Obviously, he had 17 laps in that, so he had some issues.
Mike's having problems with his tires.
Yes.
Where's that problem stuff?
Heat number 3 about to start, and there we go. Ian on blue, Braden on purple. And here comes Ian, starting to reel him in. Going to that middle lane. Freeway lanes, as we call them in slot car racing, the middle lanes. They're still running nose to tail. Ooh, that was close for Ian. He hit somebody. Lap times, Ian 5.79, Braden 5.82, so going to the blue and the purple, Ian's just a little bit faster. Larry Stevens still holding down third place. He's got a lap and a half on Richard in fourth. So it looks like Ian and Braden battling and Larry holding down a solid third. They're all trying to beat the guys from the first semi because it's the top 6 overall that go to the main. And it can be done. We've seen at the Electric Dreams at the Nationals last year, one of the drivers finished 5th in his semi but made the main because he beat everybody else in the other semi except the winner. So it's hard to do because it usually doesn't play out that way, but you can finish 4th or 5th and make the A main. I don't know who that driver was, but it might have been me. (5.7, 5.7) for Ian and Braden. Ian now has pulled out the biggest lead of the race, all of about 10 feet. 5.7, 5.8 for Braden, so he's chipping away just with the better lane, and that all evens out in the end. Everybody has to run every lane. 5.7 for Ian, 5.7 for Braden. 5.7 for Ian, 5.8 for Braden. So it's just that 2 or 3 hundredths per lap. It's incredibly close at this level.
In the stint, please change lanes.
So Ian out front, 92.24. Braden, 92.10. So a little bit more than a tenth of a lap. Look at it on the. You can see it maybe on the screen. I'm not sure. Ian is just coming on the lead on the straightaway, and Braden is halfway through the donut. So about 10 feet or so, first to second. Larry's still holding down third with 86.5 or so. Richard a couple laps back, so it's Ian and Braden with Larry holding down third. It's been that way for most of the race.
See you, Jim. No, I'm gonna push it. I'll push it. I'll take a little break. I'll sit out at the evening.
Ted's Saturday.
Huh?
Ted's a week from today. Ted's next Saturday.
Oh yeah.
Attention, 1 minute left.
I had enough abuse. Your presence now. I had a good first race.
So it looks like Larry's on a pace for about 172 or so, which would put him, Todd is at 172 in fourth, so it could be 4 out of the first heat and 2 out of the second heat. We'll see. So Larry's going to have to push, because it looks like right now it's going to be real close for that last 5th and 6th spots. First, second, and third are pretty much determined unless they have a problem.
And we're halfway. This is the start of heat 4 of 6. Okay, 30 seconds into this heat. We've got Ian out in front of Braden, both on 99 laps. Both running 5.7s. Stayed pretty much exactly the same, about 10 feet between Ian and Braden. Looks like this race is going to come down to one mistake or possibly a mistake in traffic, so we'll see. 5.75 Ian, 5.75 Braden, so they're exactly the same on that lap with a little over a minute to go. Ian by 200ths on the next lap. By 100th on that lap. So it's almost as dead even as you can get it. Oop. Braden a little bobble there. Car got a little loose. Looks like the gap is closing a little bit. It's a couple feet, visually I can see it's a couple feet shorter than it was about 30 seconds ago. Braden picked up 200ths. This lap he picked up 700, so it's going to be real close. So there's your margin, about 4 feet after 4 heats. 2 more heats to go. Keep in mind, this is just the semi. There's the A main to go after this. So rundown after 4 heats. Ian, Braden, 123. Larry, 115. Richard, 112. Ryder, 110. Mike, 99.
Attention, 1 minute left.
So Larry's on a pace of 172.5, which would put him... Ooh, it's going to be close. Todd, he's right on the bubble. You're 170. Todd is at 172.8, already finished. Larry anticipated by the computer, 172.5. And that may be the last spot because top 2 here will go. Jim and Herman will go. Ted will probably go, so it's going to come down to Todd or Larry, it looks like. But there's still 6 minutes to race, so it's anybody's game. Ten seconds till the start. Heat number 5 of 6, semi number 2. Professor Motors sponsored NSR Classics. at Motown Raceway.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
They are staying right together. And you never know what these guys are doing. This is only the semi. They could be just pacing each other because they know they're in the semi if they keep going. So we don't know if everybody's shown their hand just yet. They're nose to tail, coming around the donut, down the straightaway, through the 90s, around the carousel, and across the lap counter. So it's probably about 0.2 of a second separating them. Halfway through this heat. So we'll see. Are they just pacing each other, or are they really trying? I know they're trying, but they don't have to go any faster than they're going.
Yeah, some believe. Me and Braden have not been more than 3 foot apart yet.
Attention, 1 minute.
So we don't know what it is. Is Ian the crafty old veteran, so to speak, just pacing, or is Braden doing the same thing? I don't need to go any faster. I'll just stay right here.
I agree.
We don't know what the mindset is.
Who's pulling who along?
They're both running 5.7s.
30 seconds.
The other thing you don't want to do in a semi is you don't want to wear out your car. If you're going to run the same tires too, maybe you don't want to push it as hard as it'll go, especially when you're in the second semi, when you know what the first semi has already done. Kind of like the bottom of the ninth. You know what you need to do, and you don't have to do any more.
10 seconds. End of stint. Please
2
change
feet,
lanes.
2 feet between first and second.
Ian and Braden were not more than 3 feet apart the entire race.
Coming up on me, I just
You see him zoom past you, Richard? You're going along and they both like, boom.
So you heard my commentary. You think they're pacing, or you think they're going as fast as they can, or they're saving their car because they know they're fast enough?
That was fun to watch.
My guess is Ian's he's not sandbagging. He's just going as fast as he needs to.
30 seconds.
That's my guess, but that's just a commentary. Ian shrugs his shoulders and looks at me. Well, I'm not telling you, for one.
I'm not going slow.
They're not going. I'm not saying that. They're not going slow. Ian yelled at me if you didn't hear it. I'm not going slow. They're running 5.7s, and there's one 5.6 in there, so they're running as fast as anybody. But they may not be running as fast as they can. It's like the old saying, I taught you everything I know, everything you know, but I didn't teach you everything I know. And if you watched the slot at Nationals, now it's last year's slot at Nationals, it was the same 3 guys. The veteran, the kid, and the old guy. The old guy is the guy announcing right now. So I thought I should get a couple extra laps being on Social Security, but neither of them agreed with it.
I know, I love that. I'm not a commercial raceway, I just have 3 tracks. And I sell track time.
So we'll see now.
We have every part for every car.
Braden is on, theoretically, the slower lane, and Ian is on the freeway. So we'll see if they pull out, if Ian will pull out, or we'll see what happens. Larry's still running third. He's 10 laps down to these guys. But he's on the cusp of making the A main, so he's got to push. Just watching the car, Ian's car looks a little smoother. I think he's not sandbagging. Oh, and an off for Braden. So that'll probably end his chance to win this heat, but he's still in the main, so it doesn't really make much difference, to tell you the truth. So now we know Braden was pushing. We'll see what Ian does. Ian's got it in cruise. He's running 5.7s, 5.8s, which is cruise pace for him on orange. So. And there's that mistake. I didn't see if it was somebody else's fault or Ian's. Somebody get him, or he come off? Exciting to watch. Braden's still a little too far back to challenge without another mistake from Ian. Halfway through this heat, an absolutely amazing heat. It's one of those races where if you're in it, you want to sit back and stop and watch it. Oh, Larry has it off. He's in this for that transfer, so that may cost him. Car looks a little loose all over the place. Running 6 O's on yellow, which is not as good as he can run. Ian looks like he's running a little bit faster. I think he's trying to see what the car can actually do on orange. Now's the time to do it. Ooh, that was close. 3, 2, 1. Leave him.
All right, hit zone correction first of all. You got to move that mouse a little bit to reactivate it. We got to figure out why it turns itself on. There we go.
For who? Mike Stahl? Green?
What color? No.
What number? I don't think you came up the entire race.
81. I know.
81. 81.
Ian?
47.
Ian minus 50 laps.
Minus 50 laps for Ian.
Ryder?
Ryder? Larry?
Larry's at 0.
What's your number on the track?
I'll take orange. Start on orange. If you take
Richard, purple.
Richard is 50. Almost 51.
Oh, no, that's
And hit results.
I'm at 100, Jim.
Hit results to the left. Now let's print real quick here. Because we had to separate it.
Print result.
Yeah, print there, and then
print, then bring it back there.
Then bring it back. Hit print right there. So what we've got Ian, Braden, Jim, Herman,
and Ted. Ian, Braden, Jim, Herman, Ted, and then it's going to be 172, 172.79 would be Todd.
Oh, really? Oh.
We'll confirm that when you put it, that's what I came up with. I had to do it in 2 sheets. Let me confirm that.
Yes, I think so. He's double checking.
Put those tires in the drag strip. Easy transition. I needed Larry to have more time on. Thought you might pull on Ernie and be like, I'm good, guys. I'm just gonna watch.
Okay, he made that 15 minutes.
Ian, Braden, Jim, Herman, Ted, and Todd.
Yes. What? Anything you want.
Change them over.
Change the driver? Change the driver.
We got it right here.
Percentages on?
Yeah.
Sure, it's gonna clear the text, I'm gonna.
Not gonna take it, so that it doesn't have to get that.
Wait, radio was, he's taking a nap.
Why don't you out in the phone? Push them out together. Saw that?
No, I was outside walking with John.
For a whole heat, I think I was on orange, he was on yellow. We were within 3 feet apart the whole round. Ian, me, Larry. What the heck? Oh no, this is wrong.
Yeah, that's wrong.
We need overall.
Yeah, so.
So what lane do you want? You go to Ian. I did. You want to like orange.
Oh, that's right, you select your colors.
Jim, what lane do you white and orange or slope and orange?
White and orange.
Now, if I was gonna run the next race, I could change it.
Purple. Yeah, purple. Jim wants purple.
Jim wants purple. Yeah, I want it purple.
You knew Jim was gonna take purple.
I know, but I was hoping. What lane goes to purple?
Herman, purple.
Purple goes to blue.
Blue goes to purple.
White, orange,
Blue.
green, or slope.
Blue.
Ted. Where's Ted? We'll get whatever Ted doesn't want. Rachel. yellow or purple starting out.
How much did Todd finish? Oh, by
Ted for purple and Todd for yellow.
Windshield's falling out. You can't fix it.
Is she printing that, Mark? Is she printing it, Mark? Is she printing it?
Ticking the clock yet?
Sure, of course.
Mark, is she printing that?
Yeah, Ian's on white.
Well, I need to enter all of them. This is the last heat.
Yeah, I'm gonna read them off to you.
Okay.
Ian's on white.
Okay.
Braden's on orange.
Larry, is Larry in?
No.
So delete Larry.
It's in this order: Ian, Braden, Jim,
Hold on.
Herman, Ted, Todd.
So. Why didn't it delete those?
Just make a new race. Be done with it.
Delete Ian.
Jim.
Escape.
Then Herman. Oh, that's Jim.
You're gonna want to clear all that race result stuff.
I will. So we'll do the assigned thing in a minute. Jim Rose.
Jim, Herman, Ted, Todd.
I spell Herman's name so I don't fuck it up. Mess it up. Herman.
M-A-N, yep.
Just Herman.
James. Ted, S-E.
Spell it.
E-S-S-Y. I always screw up Todd's name.
Is it 1D or 2?
T-O-D-D.
Ted is 1. Todd is 2.
And then is it
U-L-R-E-Y.
U-R-L-E-Y.
U-L-R-E-Y?
No, Uri?
Ulrich?
Do you have it spelled? I don't know.
Ask him, double check.
Go ask him.
No, we're good. He's on the back of his shirt. Get a feeling.
Yeah.
So Ian wants white.
That's common.
Sign heat and lanes.
And then just change
Well,
B to orange.
Braden to orange. Jim to purple.
No, he's on green.
No, Jim wants purple.
U-L-E-R-Y.
That's what I said.
Okay, so
What color did Jim?
Jim's
want?
going
Green?
to purple?
Green.
Jim is
Jim was green.
Jim is green.
Jim is.
Jim was purple. Herman is blue.
Hold on. Jim was purple. Herman, blue.
I heard green.
Herman's blue. Yep.
Ted.
Ted is purple.
Hold on. Okay, so
Ted is purple.
so you just told me Jim was purple.
No, Braden said that. I didn't say that.
So Jim is green.
Jim is green.
Herman's blue.
Herman's blue. Ted is purple.
Ted is purple, and Todd is yellow. Why didn't it let me go heat race?
Put him on green.
It went stupid.
Yeah, he's on green.
Who? Jim?
Jim.
Yeah.
Yep, that's good.
Okay, there's your lineup.
What we get?
Yeah.
U-L-E-R-Y.
U-L.
U-L-E-R-Y.
call race.
Either 47 years ago. Yeah, I
So here we go into the finals of the NSR Classics Cup. I want to thank everybody again for coming out. Please cheer on our finalists here as we get going. I think it's going to be a very competitive, close match. I think everybody here has a chance to win.
Except Todd. You're going to announce the finalists?
What's that?
Announce
Yeah.
the finalists.
I'm going to have all the finalists step away from the track. Once everybody gets here, we're close, and we'll call you up one at a time. As soon as Braden and Todd get here, we will get this show underway. So we're back to this being anybody's game right now. 2 days of fun and excitement come down to this. Everything you've done before doesn't matter. Everything you do now will matter. All right, I see everybody's up here. Okay, we're gonna have the finalists step away from the track. I'm gonna call you up one at a time to your station. All right, everybody, if we can give these guys a round of applause as I call them up, that'd be great. All right. So, congratulations to the finalists here. We're going to call you up one at a time. First of all, in current sixth place is Todd from SoCal, a threat to win any race he wants. Next, we've got Ted, who says, I'm not afraid of anybody, Ted Essie. All right. Next, we've got Herman James is coming up, and Herman's always a threat in every race. He's always in this finals, it seems like. Then we've got Mr. Jim Rose himself coming up. All right. Jim, of course, can beat anybody on any given lap, and I think he's trying to put about 180 of those together now.
Only more than that.
Or 185 or 190. Next, we've got our current young gun. He was, he's of course was taking second and fifth in a couple national races, Braden Pollard. And then the man that needs no introduction, won't introduce him anywhere, the true GOAT of this of the 132nd California Racing, Ian Douglas. All right. Good luck to everyone. We're going to do a warm-up, a 1 minute warm-up here. We need turn marshals in place, please. We need the clicker lady in a minute. And I want to give thanks, of course, to Kathy, who's been here all day clicking this button for us in a timely manner. Kathy is our race director. All right, I think we're ready to go. Whoop. We need one more turn marshal, it looks like, in the hole. Ryder goes, why are they always picking on me? And remember, these are 5-minute heats, not 3-minute heats. You got a lot of driving to do. All right. Yeah, I forgot about the 5-minute. Here we go with our warm-up. 1 minute warm-up. As we approach this 1 minute warm-up here, we're going to see who's going to be vying for a good position, who's just going to be breaking their tires in a little bit. Ian's adjusting his controller right now to see where he wants to be in the finals. Ian, of course, is starting on white. He did that in the semi-final round also. $20 seconds. All right, everyone's adjusting their controllers. Those with the true speed controllers, which is the majority of the racers, have been twisting knobs here. All right, we're lining up for the start of the finals of the NSR Classics Cup race. That's easy for me to say. Here at Motown, I'm Motown Mark. I'm the owner of Motown. We want to thank everyone for stopping by and watching this. Should be an exciting finals, like I say. We have 6 of the top drivers that are going to compete for this finals. I think it's truly anybody's game. As we move forward here, we want to thank, again, one last time, or maybe not the last time, Professor Motor Incorporated out of Saline, Michigan for their sponsorship of this event. All right, waiting for Ian. We could start without Ian. Everybody was agreeable to that, I think, right? Mike? Mr. Stahl? Mr. Stahl? Mike Stahl? Could you come in case somebody jumps up? Just come in until we start the race? Just in case. All right, here we go. Racers ready. Here we go.
3, 2, 1, power.
All racers are on about a 6-lap race right now. Braden, Jim, and Ian are slightly ahead. Herman, Todd, and Ted are creeping up on them. Track calling a straight due to this slot.
3, 2, 1, go.
We've already had Braden with a 5.681. Ian with a 5.8, and Jim with a 5.8. Now Herman's in the 5s with the 5.8. Braden's got a slight lead on Ian and Jim right now. Ian's on white, so he'll actually move to some faster lanes as the race progresses. That's why he chose white as the starting point.
Track call.
When cars come off onto the driver's lane, it's an automatic track call. That's why they called it. Braden's on orange. He's going to try to make as much laps as he can because he knows that he'll be going to some of the slower lanes. Everyone's in the 20s for laps. We're about 2 laps apart from first to 6. We've had some track calls, some cars coming off. Everyone's pushing it pretty hard. We'll see if they settle in. These are 5-minute heats. This whole race will take about 45 minutes. Braden's got about a half a lap lead on Ian right now. Jim's very close to that also. Herman's about a lap down. And Ted and Todd are working their way up the field. They're on yellow and purple, so they'll get a little bit better as they come towards blue and orange. Apologies. Very tight race. We have 4 racers all almost within the same lap right now. Within 1 lap, I'm sorry, within 1 lap of each other. Herman had a little bit of an issue there. The key is to avoid trouble, avoid those that might be coming out of the track. Track!
Here we go.
Ted came out there right on the straight, so
Hit it.
sorry to yell track. I'm so used to doing that. This is Motown Mark again coming you from Motown Raceway for the finals of the NSR Classics Cup, sponsored by Professor Motor Incorporated. We can't thank them enough for their sponsorship of this event. Please mention, if you go to Professor Motor Incorporated, please mention Motown as how you heard of them. That would help us immensely towards future events. So, give us a shout out if you contact Professor Motor. All right, so here we are. We got Braden with 51.91 laps. Ian's right behind him at 51.09. Jim is about a half a lap back from that. And Herman, Todd, and Ted are fighting their way up. Ted's had some issues. He's come out a few times. He's going to try to get past that and get back in the game here.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Right now, Braden's got the best time so far of 5.681. Jim and Ian and Herman are all in the 5.8s. But rest assured, Ian and Jim will be cranking down their times as they move into the other lane calls. Todd's been hanging around that 6-second exactly mark for a while. And like I say, Ted's had some issues. Ted had a real powerful semifinal. And he's just having a little bit of car issues, we think, right now. He's coming out too much, and we don't know why yet. But look at him up there. He's thinking about it right now. If you see him standing in the middle of the track there by Braden, he's thinking, what the heck is going on with my car?
30 seconds.
All the racers are in deep concentration, you can tell. They're thinking about their race. They're thinking about what they want to do when they come to this new lane. They all know this track very well, except for Todd's raced here the least. But they all know what they need to do on the certain lanes, and it affects their driving style, and they know exactly what they want to do going on to the new lanes.
3, 2, 1, go. Track code. 3, 2, 1, go.
If you watch close, you can see some of the drivers letting some other drivers by that they know are faster than them. That is a courtesy, a racing courtesy. But at the same time, they aggressively drive their own car in their own lane. We're starting to see some cars chattering a little bit, which means the track has been raced on all day. It's got a little bit of sliding going on for some people. Some people are still stuck like glue. Depends on the car, the setup, and the driver. Most of the cars that are racing in this race right now are P68s. We have a few 917s. Herman James is running a 917. I think the rest of the drivers, what I'm seeing here, are all running the Ford P68
NSR Classics line. They call it Le Mans line or Vintage line, or we call it the NSR Classics line here. Stay tuned for some more information from Motown. We'll have some exciting news next week on upcoming races. We have already announced our Competizione di Corvette. It's going to be an NSR Classics. It's going to be an NSR Corvette race, open to all NSR Corvettes, C6, C7, C8. And that's going to be September 20th and 1st. Stay tuned for all the information concerning that race and our full schedule. Period. Of course, you can reach out to Motown at any time via Facebook. That's our best mode of communication right now. You can visit our website, motownraceway.com, and we'll be happy to respond to any questions. We'd love to get more drivers here for our upcoming events. We had 29 drivers signed up for this event, and we hope to definitely get into the 30s and 40s as we progress forward in our racing schedule. So right now we got Braden in the lead with 30 laps, with Jim and Ian right on his tail. Ted's got 30 laps. Terman's got 30 laps, so they're all in the 30s. They're all within a couple laps of one another right now. So Ted's picked up the pace a little bit, if you notice. Total laps, Braden's got 86, Ian just crossed 86. They're neck and neck. Jim's right behind him at the 85 laps. And then Todd actually, Herman's had 83, and Todd and Ted are neck and neck also. So total lap separation is about seven laps so far. Braden is on white, Ian is on green. They're battling it out right now for laps, and Jim's right behind him on blue. So watch the battle between white and green and blue right now for this heat. Cars have slowed down a little bit. Everybody's rolling in the 5.7s right now, and nobody in the 5.6s in quite a while. So it's either the cars or the drivers are becoming a little more cautious. It's too early to protect your lead, but they're trying not to mess up and trying to drive their best race.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
All right. All right, so far we got Braden with 103.03 laps, Ian with 102.9, Jim with 100.85, Herman James has got 97.88, Todd's got 95.68, and Ted is 94.70. Ted, in my opinion, is having a little bit of desliding problems. I think he's got that under control at this point.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
I think everybody knows what lanes you have to go, so no sense shouting that out and wasting your voice.
Can I get something to snap on?
Yeah, go ahead. All right, so like I said, you probably heard I was yelling into the other mic. Braden and Ian are milliseconds apart. Jim is trying to jump on top of him. Jim's going to purple. Purple, by for those of you that don't race here, purple is Jim's home lane. When Jim comes to practice
it's purple. In fact, we had a joke one time where we made a lane sticker set for Jim, and it was all purple stickers. So that's Jim's home lane. I expect him to do very well on purple.
30 seconds.
Todd's going to white. Braden's going to green, which wouldn't be bad. It's not going to be bad. Ted's going to have a good shot this heat, this stint, because he'll be on orange, which is our qualifying lane. Ian will be comfortable on blue. Herman will be on yellow, so Herman will actually have to work a little harder on yellow.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power.
Herman had a little bit of issue over there in the donut. Herman and I think alike. I like to have brightly colored pink or yellow or orange cars because I'm blind. Good plan, you. Yep. Herman lost the rear end of his car, artificial lightning. That should help him. The rule is the parts must be securely in place when you start a race, but this is the back wing to a 917, the whole back piece. So he'll be fine. Doesn't affect the performance of the car. Just saves a couple tenths of a gram. Could be planned obsolescence, who knows? Right now, Ian's got the lead, 13 laps, followed by Jim, followed by Braden, followed by Ted. So Braden's lost a little bit of lap on them. He's working hard to stay with Ian. Track call because Herman came off. Is there something in the track? No.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Looks like Herman's losing more and more pieces to his car as the race goes on. We'll track and see if he has a body left by the time the race finishes. Herman's struggling around corner coming onto the main straight. He's come off a few times. That's a track call automatically. So he doesn't really lose that much of a lap on that corner because the whole race is stopped. So that's a good place to come off if you're going to. Our turn marshals know they have to be very attentive in these finals. Every millisecond matters. This race could be won or lost in a number of feet rather than a number of laps. So right now, Ian's got a comfortable lead of 30 laps this session, followed by Jim and then Braden. Ian's got about a 1 lap lead, almost about 3/4 of a lap lead on Braden for overall standing. Jim is about 2 laps back from that. Todd and Ted are neck and neck through the last few heats. So right now I would say it's Ian, then Braden, then Jim for podium, but it's a long way to go.
Track code. 3, 2, 1, power.
Ian's got about a half a lap lead on Braden for overall right now. There's always a danger of somebody knocking you off. You're trying to be strategic about when you may pass someone. If you're on the inside of them or the outside of them, matters. All the drivers here are very good, so we're not having too many instances of people knocking people off, even though the fun saying is, if you ain't rubbing, you ain't racing. That is, that holds true here to a point. As Braden always says in the races he goes to, he's trying to be smooth is fast, and fast is smooth. That's his motto. So I know he's trying to exercise that motto here in the finals. Ian was just going about his business as he always does, with Jim and Braden right now trying to cage him in and catch up where they can.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
So right now we got Ian at 154.9, Braden at 153.4. So it's about a lap and a half, and Jim is currently in third with 151.47. So Jim's about three laps off the pace. Braden's about a lap and a half off the pace. So Braden's got a lead on Jim by about a lap and a half.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
A lot of race to go though. 15 minutes of racing left to go. You can see Ian and Jim have started to come on. Look at their lap times come down. 5.696 for Ian, 5.767 for Jim. I know Jim's looking to get into the 5.6 mark. And I think Braden is one push away from maybe getting into the mid 5.7s, but he's playing a little cautious, trying to keep his lead on Jim safe, while at the same time trying to sneak back up on Ian. Ian is starting to just barely inches away from the field. When you look at it, he's done 3 heats, and so he's got about a half a lap per heat lead, and he just doesn't come off as much as everybody else. So I think that's the challenge for everyone, is if Ian's going to stay on, how do I catch him? So Braden will be on blue this time, or Ian just was. So hopefully he can have a good,
I'll put that for later.
a good heat. And Ian's going to be going on to purple. So we'll see how that works out for him. And Jim is on yellow. Herman is on orange, which is the qualifying lane, the best lane. So hopefully that works for everyone.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power.
Jim's car seems a little loose right now in yellow. He's fishtailing a little bit in the corners. I know he's got to be concerned. He'll modify his driving style a little bit to compensate, which looks like he has done. Braden's on blue. He's in the very center of the track. He's trying to get by Todd. Looks like he's done that. The goal for all these guys is not to get in a crowd if they can help it. They can have a freer race that way, and they can focus just on their own car. Here at Motown Raceway, we like to think that we have a racing schedule that works for all types of racers. We not only have 1/32 racing, we have a full complement of 124 scale racing on our Blue Hill Climb track, and we have scale quarter-mile drag racing. So we have communities that participate in all of those areas. Some racers even here participate in all three, or two of the three. So we try to support the community. We are the only commercial stock car track in the NorCal area that is in Central Valley of NorCal area. The next closest track to us, we like to shout out to them, is Fast Track, which is up in Rockland, California, which is by Sacramento. And we also like to put shout outs to other tracks that our racers participate in. We have a very diverse home track community. A lot of these guys here actually have home tracks, commercial tracks in their homes. So this is just one stop along their circuit. So we have a very core group of racers that race here. All right, Braden and Ian are hugging close at 28 laps. Jim had some struggles early, so he had faltered. As I mentioned, he's fishtailing a little bit, so he might have handling issues. Herman definitely has some handling issues going on. Todd's having a good heat this time. They're both, him and Herman are right on Braden's and Jim's tail and Ian's tail. Ian's on purple, Braden is on blue. They're side by side for the last few laps going around the track. Ian's trying to hold off Braden. Braden is trying to hold on. Right now we've got Ian's got 193 laps, Braden's 192. It keeps switching, of course. So Ian 194, Braden 193, Jim 190. So the goal, if anything, is they start to look at podiums, places, first, second, and third, and who's around them, who's by them, and what they can do. Everyone, of course, wants to finish in the highest possible position they can. So nobody in this group gives up, which is good to see. 2 days of racing comes down to these last three heats. We have 10 minutes and 30 seconds of racing left until the winner is confirmed. Braden has snuck up on Ian a little bit, just a little bit. He's got a long way to go to pass Ian. He'd have to run a super clean race, and Ian would have to have a glitch here or there, but Ian is known as never coming off. So he drives a super smooth race.
In a stint, please change lanes.
All right, we got Ian with 206.6, Braden with 205.7, so a little bit, about 0.9 of a lap behind. Jim is at 201.3. Jim is about almost 4 laps behind Braden. And then we've got Herman currently in fourth place with 195.91. We have Todd with 191.28 and Ted with 190.21. Braden's going to purple, of course, Jim's lane. So he's watched Jim drive purple for a year, so maybe he'll learn from that. Ian will be on yellow. Todd will be on blue, where Braden just was. Jim's on orange, so he's going to have to make some hay on this lane. That's a good lane to be on when you're trying to make a push. Todd will be on green, and Herman will be on white.
Could be sitting in a chair, but I don't feel like it.
40 seconds. Here we go. We're going into the 5th out of the 6 heats. Tires are cleaned. Braids are fluffed up a little bit. Herman's missing about 27 pieces off his car. So all right, here we go. Good luck.
3, 2, 1, go.
Everybody's got 2 lanes. Everyone's going to put up a good fight these last 2 heats. Ian, for those of you who didn't know, I believe down at Electric Dreams Slot Cars in El Segundo, he won what we call our major races last year, all 4 of them. So he was the winner of 4 of the 4 major races down there. Braden finished in 2nd in the Nationals, and Jim finished 3rd, and Herman was in there. So the NorCal group is always well represented in the SoCal people, in the SoCal races. Of course, we want to see the SoCal people have representation up here on some races so they can return that favor. They can try to return that favor. So, but we'll be going down there. Many people will be going down there in March. And for the scale auto race, and we will see how that works out. Braden's got a slight lead on Ian right now for this heat. Ian's right behind him now. Ian is on, or Braden is on purple and Ian is on yellow, so they're side by side. So if you watch that racing going on, you can see where they are in comparison to one another. Right now, Braden's got about a 5-foot lead on Ian this heat so far. It changes, of course. Believe me, Braden knows exactly where Ian is and where Jim is. He knows exactly where they are. We've got Herman, Jim, Todd, Ian, and Braden all running in the 5.6s. Braden's got a 5.674, so that's a new record for this lane currently. Braden holds the track records during this race on all the lanes. But track records don't mean anything. All that matters is the lap counts and where they are. Right now, Ian has that lead by about exactly 1 lap. Braden has caught up a little bit. He's caught up about a quarter lap, it seems like. So we've got almost 7 minutes of racing left. So you've got Braden and Ian fighting it out. Ian passed by Braden a little bit, so he's got a little bit of an advantage. Braden's trying to catch him back up. So we'll see how that goes. He's working to pull away from Braden so he doesn't get lapped. Braden's trying to take him.
Attention,
Motown has recently upgraded all their track software to Lapmaster software. We like to think that it gives us a great advance over a previous software program we had over the last year with hardware, software upgrades, monitor upgrades, everything else. We like to say that we've put ourselves on we put our stamp on the place when we bought it about a year ago. That was our goal, and we think we're there. So this year we'll try to reap the rewards of all the upgrades we did last year. And that's part of why we can bring a race like this to fruition, is that we have the capability now where we didn't so much in the past. So right now in this heat,
Please change lanes.
Ian finished about 3 foot ahead of Braden. Braden was trying to reel him in, but he couldn't quite. Ian had 52.61 laps. Braden had 52.5. Jim is 50.48. Herman is 50.23. And Todd and Ted are both respective 48.7 and 48.91 for Ted.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
All right, last heat, guys.
You got the mic on?
Yeah, I can't stop it.
Okay. Do you have white kits in the Corvette?
Yeah.
Why don't they trade that for the orange one I got? Because I think I want to paint one.
Okay.
We'll
Okay.
figure it out.
Where's my belt? Where's my belt? No, just take it up now, if you can. Oh, you're a term marshal?
Yeah, term marshal.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Is the track going to be open for practice
Attention,
after?
1 minute left.
After you guys
For
the words out.
and-
I want to try the third eye with my race car.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Last lap. We've got Ian Douglas with 258.6 laps. Braden with 257.55. So Ian's got Braden by just over a lap. It would take a catastrophic failure for Ian to let Braden get by him. But not over till it's over. We all know what happened in previous races when somebody had a race until the very end, and then they had some mishaps. So Braden's not going to give up. Ian's not going to give up. Jim's not going to give up. So those right now, those are our 3 podium. Would be Ian in first, Braden in second, and Jim in third right now. But like I said, there's 5 minutes of racing left, and things can change rapidly. So the ones to watch are Ian on orange, and Braden on yellow, and Jim on white. Braden's working as hard as he can to come off. Ian was slowed down just for a hair due to a tracking incident. Braden got through that mess. Braden snuck past Ian a little bit there. Braden's on yellow. Ian is on orange. That is the 2 to watch right now. Jim's got a pretty solid 3rd place right now. He's hoping for some disaster on somebody else's part, but that would take a lot. Somebody's car would have to break for Jim to be higher than 3rd on the podium. So same thing for Braden. It is very close. Ian's coming up on Braden again. Braden's trying to keep from being passed, to no avail. There we go, 2 minutes left. Right now we got Ian in first, Braden in second, just over a lap behind, and Jim Rose in third. Ian's keeping pace with whatever Braden's doing to make sure Braden doesn't come back up on him. I think Ian knows exactly where he's at. He's just watching out for Braden in his rearview mirror. And Braden just had a mishap there, so that should about seal it. As I said, with Ian, he doesn't come off. And that's what he's known for. That's how he best performs, is just comfortably. It's the way you could describe his driving style. His car just looks comfortable out there. All right, so it looks like it's going to be Ian taking the podium here. And Braden in second. And Jim Rose in third. 25 seconds left.
Track code. 3, 2, 1, power. 10 seconds. In the brace.
All right. And there it is. There we have it. Come on. All right, come on. Wake up the mouse. Gotta wake up the mouse. There we go. All right. All right, Jim Rose. On white. Jim on white, or give me anybody. What do you got? Purple? What's that?
48.
48, yep. Jim, where were you at? You're picking up cars, wait. I can't hear you.
What'd you say, Jim? He can't hear you. 87.
87 for Jim, okay. How about Herman on green?
Under the bus. Right under there. 91.
What was it?
91.
91, you gotta help me.
62 for yellow.
Okay, 62 for yellow.
Who's this?
How about blue? Ted. 71?
Yes, 71.
And then Todd for purple, we got that one, right? Braden for yellow.
Braden? Oh.
No, it was like at the end of the track. It's where they kind of
61?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Result. Print. Got it. Yep, got it.
Now, you stop getting him so fast. You gotta put him on timeout or something.
I thought he had a chance. Put some like hours restrictions on it.
Alright, I like watching the race.
Herman, you got the pieces of your car, right?
Yes.
They were flying off left.
I think Braden got him a couple times. That's what cost me.
Even out the rear end of his car.
Rope right there. Skill. Yeah,
I
he
did
came
it.
up a couple times.
I did it.
I put him just where I was. That's how I know.
It'd be tradition if we don't.
Alright, we got a bunch of different stuff to hand out here.
Need a copy.
No, mine did. That's my cigar.
Yeah, no, we gotta hand out stuff here. Alright, let's hand out some awards.
I had more laps in 4 leagues than me. Yeah.
Jim, are you gonna do pictures that you can send to me?
It's all the green.
Yeah, the darker green.
So you ended up with on the half behind you. You were on the same, well, you were one lap back.
Yeah.
You two?
Alright, let's get away from the track, guys. So in 6th place, we want to give an award to Mr. Bad Essay. $25 Motown. There you go.
Great.
Look at Jim.
So Jed, how was the race?
Fast. Fast company out there.
So you did pretty well though, you made the A main.
Well, that's all I was really hoping to do anyway, so I know I had no chance for it, but finishing the game is terrific.
You got it.
You did good.
I did.
Plaque, we got a $20.
I think the car builder should get the certificate. Thanks, Ted.
All right, and next we got Todd. Fifth place, Todd also. Did it today. Thank you, Mike.
A lot of thanks for coming out from Southern California. We need to see some of your compatriots out here and
You gotta get them up here. Came up once a long time ago.
sounds good. Appreciate you coming up. Congratulations and spread the word.
We'll keep going down there until they decide they're coming up. That's all we can do. Thanks for coming up. We appreciate it. All right, and of course, Herman James. Yay. Gift certificate.
The Herminator. Fourth place?
Fourth place.
But first in class. You ran the only non-P68 in the A main. How was the car?
Actually, it wasn't too bad. The 917 is one of my favorite cars and running.
Well, if you got the extra 27 million, you can buy the sign filter.
Fantastic.
Thanks.
We have parts kits for those. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Thank you much.
So now, what I'm gonna say is, you get to pick your car first. Then Brandon, then you, so let's pick those in advance and then we'll hand them out. third place with a donated car by Professor Motor. So this is Mr. Jim Rose, third place. Congratulations.
Gotta remind everybody, it's the same podium as the Slide Nationals. You can win in Motown.
Take that, Motown guys. Thank you. Burn. All right. Jim, I have the rest of that box if you want to put it in the box. All right. So now we'll call up the podium. Second place. I tell you, he was close to Ian. I thought, is this the day? But Ian, he's gone from 5 laps down to a lap and a half down.
That was not fun.
So there you go. So we got Brandon Pollard for second place.
Well, he didn't used to be a pro, and now he's in the pro class here. So we used to beat him all the time, and that's not the case anymore. Congratulations, Braden. What was the difference in the race?
Green.
One lane just didn't quite do it for you? Was it the car or for you?
The car.
Car just didn't hook up on green? Well, that's the way it is sometimes.
Yeah, 6-1.
Oh, that's definitely not great territory. Sounds good, Braden.
I can tell you that
Congratulations.
everybody's getting faster. The qualifying times are coming down. Really like everyone's getting, even Richard was very proud of himself this week. His qualifying time is coming down. We're all getting faster. You all are getting faster. I'm not getting faster. And then we'll do. All right. Give the awards for first place, none other than Ian Douglas.
Congratulations, Ian. So what was the difference for you?
The difference was Braden's problems. That was basically it.
He had a really fast car today.
The whole day I thought he had my number. So,
I started on white or green, and you were next to me. You said, "Am I holding you up?"
Yeah.
And so when you said you're holding me up, I thought maybe you were in trouble.
No, I mean, I just didn't want to. I wanted to keep it clean. So I knew you would repay the favor if I needed to get by later. I didn't want to mess up your race.
You drove an Ian race.
Was Gary here and I took him out?
Calculated faster.
I'm never gonna let that one go.
Neither's Gary.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want to know what that is, go to NorCal Slot Car Scene and check out the incident.
The incident, yes.
Congratulations, Ian.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
We'll get some still photos of Tony with you guys in it. So as we said, Professor Motor was a great sponsor. They gave us basically 6 cars for podium and 3 others given away. Motown had the other one. And controllers and everything else they did, so I can't thank them enough. So do some business with them. If you're not doing business with me, do some business with them. Every little bit you have to mention Motown. If you go there, say, I'm from Motown, because that will help. All right, so let's have the podium up here. We'll have everybody stand up here. You want me to take a picture with yours, Jim?
Yeah.
I mean, there's 4 people ahead of me. I can't.
You need you to send me some of these. Post them up. Oh, we're gonna say, I'd like, hold it. The stickers. You know, stupid stickers. You got everything. All right, everybody ready? Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Come on, do it. Come on, do it. Okay. Oh, okay. Ready? Here we go. Again, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Thank you.
Could have made it without that. I've fallen
So I got to figure out.
I think that's it.
Good job, guys.
Yeah. Well, we always identify what we're going to do better and different in the next race. My list is already a mile long. But some things I did
do well, I'll get rid of. Some things I did well will amplify. So we want to make sure everybody knows that we're still going to increase and improve the camera system as much as we can. Everybody suggested one more camera, maybe, but increase the sound system and try to provide you guys a great place to race.
A hell of a lot better than I did.
Jim, do you want the other side of your box protected? We will have the track open for a little bit for you guys, half hour-ish. So we'll set it up for, you're too slow. Okay. Go ahead. Now this is one where you can raise your, I'm okay with it. And don't forget, you still want to buy a Corvette? Your whole bill today will be 10% off. You haven't bought a Corvette yet?